need to make our grand entrance one more time. So
I think we're good. I
got it.
choose the other account. Apparently I had two accounts. I don't know.
Yeah, and it says we're live now on YouTube.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
To make our grand entrance one more time. So
Okay. Mute myself there so that I don't hear the echo. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. I am going to quickly send out this link to our YouTube folks. Un momento, por favor. And send. And very exciting. So exciting. Thank you all for being here today. And all right, I am excited to kick this party off. All right, I'm going to start recording. And hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I'm going to paste. This is the link for the YouTube streaming. You are welcome to share that out. I don't really care. Literally, I don't care. All right, so welcome everybody to the Magnetic Marketing Summit. Thank you all for being here. I am super excited to have this amazing event. So basically, why I decided to have this event is kind of twofold. It had been a while since I had hosted a summit. The last one I did was in January. And the second thing was I am huge on market research and I love to ask people, what are you struggling with right now? What is not working in your business? And I am super I'm a people pleaser. I just am, right? And so I always want to help people solve their problems. And so when people responded and said, I'm struggling to find new clients, and I said, there we go. That's what our summit is going to be about. And putting out the call and saying, hey, everybody, who do I know? And knowing that there are so many different ways that we can attract clients into our business. I decided to go out and find my experts. Some of them have been with me before in previous summits that I've hosted. Some of them are brand new and have no idea what they just got themselves into. Regardless, I'm glad that they're here. I love, love, love connecting with other speakers and people of that because I have seen amazing collaborations come out of these summits where the speakers connect or the speaker and a guest connect and do fabulous things together. And I absolutely love that. So that is why I continue to do this because in fact, this is not a profit maker. This is not something that I do to make a lot of money. It is literally to give back and also connect people together. So if you are here, I hope that that is something that you will take away from this event is who on this call do you need to connect with? If you are on this call, on this Zoom, there is a community, right? So the community is a place where you can also connect with people and find the speakers or the guests that are like, oh my gosh, there's a spark there. So be sure to join that. And if you are watching us live on YouTube, we will have moments during this event where we will not be available because we will be in the breakout rooms. So if you don't want to miss out on that party, you can still upgrade to a VIP ticket and join us now if you would like to here on Zoom on camera and participate in the summit as well as connect with our community and our speakers and win prizes. And tomorrow is our bonus masterclass, something that I've never done before. Chris Kenny, who is a seven-figure sales coach, will be joining us because today's goal, the premise of today, is to help you attract the clients. Chris will then take you into how to have an amazing sales call to close the clients. right? So everything that I do is kind of in this succession. Everything it goes in order of what makes sense as a business owner. So our first panel is about branding. Why? Because to me, branding is the foundation of your business. If you have a shitty brand, right, you're going to be less likely to have a profitable, successful company. That's just the way that it's going to go, right? Laura says this perfectly. If someone sees you online or meets you at a networking and then they go to your website and say, that's weird, you don't want that, because guess what's going to happen? There's not going to be business happening there. So we want to help you create a brand that is going to help you stand out and attract your ideal clients. How does that sound? Are we excited about this? Let me see some energy. Let me see some spirit fingers. Woo! Feel free as well, if you would like, you can put your information in the chat. We would love to connect with you. Put your calendar link as well. Give people a reason to connect with you and to schedule calls with you. Go ahead, use it. That's what it's there for. Okay, you can also add it into our community as well. So our first set of panels is going to be Sarah, who is going to start off with, is your brand attracting the right people? So, Miss Sarah, I am going to spotlight you. And do you need a timer?
No, I have a clock. I'm all good.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It is so good to see all of you. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Sarah Michelle. I am a brand strategist and identity evangelist. And what I want to know from everyone here is raise your hand if you are here because you want more customers or clients. That's the goal. You want more. So I want you to imagine for a moment that you've invested thousands of dollars and hours and gallons of energy, and you've built out the most beautiful marketing funnels, and suddenly you have hundreds of leads every day. And then you find out that these leads don't actually need your products or services, or they don't see the value and don't have the money to invest, or they're horribly high maintenance and obnoxious, terrible people to work with, and they make you want to bang your head on a desk every day. We want to be careful what we ask for. And I think every business owner falls into this trap and makes this mistake. We want to attract the right customers and the right clients. And in a noisy world where we have all kinds of competition and everyone competing for eyeballs and for ears, it's so important that we know how to stand out. And so when we start by really knowing who we are, we know our brand and we know how to leverage that, we're able to attract the right customers. I think of it a lot as dating. If anyone is in the dating world, if you've ever been in that place where someone just swipes on anyone and shows up and they're like, I don't care, I just want to date. That's not really someone that you want to spend more time with. You want to spend time with someone who connects. They ask some questions about you. It's the right feeling. And so we want to do the same thing with our customers in our business, no matter how big we are in our business. And so my breakout today is going to be about how to leverage your you brand, some different ways to look at it from a business perspective, from a personal perspective, so that you can better personify your brand and make sure that you're attracting the right customers.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to hold on one second and let me go back to gallery here. All right. Next up, we have Miss Lisa Robin Young, who is going to be talking about how to position yourself as a celebrity. So, Miss Lisa, let me spotlight you. Do you need a timer?
You can give me one. I'll probably run short, but that's fine.
Okay.
Keep me honest.
All right, go for it, girl.
So if you're tired of watching people with half your talent and skills getting all the attention and all the clients while you remain the industry's best kept secret, then I'm your huckleberry. I am Lisa Robin Young. I am a best-selling author, performing artist, recording artist. I've been on TV. I know this world of celebrity status, and the marketplace is more crowded than ever. You're going to hear everybody say that today, right? We're bombarded with noise, competition, the never-ending scroll of daily content feeds. We call them feeds, right? And I don't know about you, but it's pretty easy to get stuffed from all of that feeding and then still not feel nourished by it. Standing out in this environment can feel really impossible when you're already doing everything that you know how to do, and yet somehow you're still not getting the visibility, the clients, or the recognition that you know you deserve. And the truth is, it's not enough to be great at what you do anymore. It's true. I mean, it used to be that way, but it's changed. You could be the most talented expert in your field, and if nobody knows that you exist, it's not going to matter. That build it and they will come thing is a myth. You need to be seen, you need to be heard, you need to be recognized as the authority in your niche. Otherwise, the noise is going to drown you out, and those less skilled people are going to continue to take your place because they're showing up in the right ways. And I know what it feels like to be overwhelmed and feel invisible, doing all the right things in your business and still not getting the recognition, the clients, the opportunities that you know you and your great work deserve. You're already pouring your heart into your work. And yet, despite those efforts, it feels like the spotlight's always shining somewhere else. I know I've felt that way. And maybe you're telling yourself that you're cool with it because you've got some kind of anxiety around stepping into that spotlight. You want to do it right, or at least do it well, because you know perfectionism leads to paralysis, right? You know that, right? But you don't want to become a target, and you don't want to cause harm. And at the same time, you just know that there's a lot more good that you could be doing in the world if your message, your genius, your great work was in the hands of more people. It's not just frustrating, it's exhausting. But the good news is that it's not your talent that's the issue. It's the fact that your strategy and your capacity need to match each other. And I've spent the last few years researching celebrities and working with my clients to help them become the celebrities in their niches. You know, what separates the superstar celebrities from everybody else? Look at Beyonce and her sister Solange. They are both incredibly talented. They grew up together. They have many of the same opportunities, and yet so many more people know Beyonce and may never even have heard any of Solange's music, even though she's an accomplished singer, songwriter, producer, and actress. So why is that? Well, I've identified these 9 elements that are built on 3 pillars. Everybody has them. You just need to tune them. And my Star Power Method is the tool that I developed to help you with dialing up and down those elements in a way that works for how you're uniquely wired, so that you can get seen and become the go-to authority in your field. Clarity, confidence, courage. It sounds simple, and it is, but simple doesn't mean effortless. And so in my breakout, we're going to show you how these pillars work together to transform your brand and your visibility, so you're not just known, you're sought after. And you'll finally have a roadmap to step into the spotlight and claim the celebrity status that you deserve. If you're ready to stop getting lost in the shuffle and start shining like the celebrity in your niche, come and join me in the breakout room, and I will show you how to get the visibility and the recognition that you have been working so hard for. Together, we will explore the specific steps to position you as the authority that people just can't ignore. Don't miss this opportunity to become the Brene Brown of your niche, or whatever the next level version of you looks like. In today's noisy marketplace, becoming a celebrity in your niche is not just a nice to have as far as I'm concerned. It's essential. It makes your marketing easier, collaborators seek you out, and you can pretty much name your price for anything that you want to offer. Plus, there's all the good that you can do when you have the ears and the eyes of the world on you. So I hope that you will come join me in the breakout room so that you can step into that spotlight where you belong.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And look at that, girl. You were 30 minutes early. Love it. All right. Next up, we've got the dynamic duo. Let's go, and I'm going to unpin here. And then we are going to bring up Carissa and McKenna, who, here we go. All right. Do you girls need a timer?
You can throw it up there to keep us honest, but we think we got it down pat here.
All right.
All right, all right. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the summit. Beautiful rising. It is 8 o'clock in the morning here. My name is McKenna, and this is my business bestie, partner in crime, and let's be honest, the jelly to my peanut butter, Carissa from Unbound Branding Agency. And we really create spaces where online entrepreneurs are empowered to break the mold on what personal branding has to be or look like, and create an unbound brand in full alignment with your values, your beliefs, and your purpose-driven mission in your space.
Yes, and we want this to be super valuable for you. So we're going to dive straight into this with a question for you. When you think about your business or writing content and showing up in your brand, do you find yourself feeling maybe a little uninspired, maybe in like a funk or a creative lull, bored and tired of repeating your own message, or maybe even not excited or aligned anymore?
Or maybe you're out of ideas to share, or showing up in the way that you have been previously feels disingenuous. Maybe it feels like you've fallen out of love with what you've created in the past, and maybe you even feel like you're spiraling a little bit.
If so, you are definitely not alone. This is completely normal as you grow on your entrepreneurship journey. We know because we have felt this way too. We were there. We weren't finding that fulfillment, and we're actually feeling drained serving the people we used to think were our best fit, hell yes, clients. We were sacrificing our own values, our perspectives, our philosophies because we were trying to follow the trends of all of the guru strategies.
And really, this caused us, and let us know if you can relate, like drop it in the comments too. Like, our messaging felt disconnected and disingenuous because it was focused on these metrics and what we thought people wanted to hear, or what the trends were, or the gurus were saying, you got to do this, or you got to be here, or any of those kinds of things. But ultimately, we weren't embodying the message that we actually wanted to communicate. And we were trying so hard to force things to work, but it felt like, honestly, like there was a hole that we couldn't quite put into words, and it was causing us to not want to show up anymore. And while it's really easy to assume, for us or for you, if you're in this space feeling this way, that we just needed to, be more confident or build better habits or develop new flashier offers, or even just like burn it all down and start over again, we realized that really there's something deeper at play here. And what if these feelings that you're experiencing could be symptoms of something positive rather than negative?
Yeah, something empowering rather than feeling like we had to burn the whole thing down and start from scratch. What we learned is that these feelings simply meant that we're outgrown as entrepreneurs and leaders. I couldn't say that. Wow. And our brand needed to evolve to keep up with our own expansion.
So on that note, what we didn't realize at the time was that we were actually making the three biggest branding mistakes that online entrepreneurs make. And if you resonated with anything in your story and you're feeling what we were feeling, you're probably making them too. Sorry, we love you, but also.
But also, here's the thing. If you keep making them, you'll continue to feel more and more disconnected and detached from your brand that you used to love so much, that used to fire you up, right? Your audience will almost feel that dissonance, which will cause your conversations to go down, and you'll no longer be attracting that highest level hell yes client that you want in all of your offers in your community, right?
Which ultimately starts leading to burning yourself out, losing the fire, the passion for the business that used to be so fulfilling, that used to be so exciting. And you rolled out of bed and you're like, oh my God, this is the thing, right? So, and it also turns into this thing where no matter what strategies, what tactics, what trends, what coaches' advice, or whatever you try to apply, if you're making these three mistakes, it'll feel like none of them are working for you. No matter what strategy, sales template, tactic, funnels, setup, whatever, won't feel like it's working for you.
But thankfully, we have discovered that the solutions are actually really, really simple, and we're super excited to share them with you in the VIP training portal and the breakout rooms.
So what we're going to do is we're going to break down the biggest of the three mistakes that we were making and the powerful model that we now teach our clients in our consulting agency to fix those. And when you fix these mistakes, you're going to feel more deeply aligned with your new expanded brand.
And you'll have the confidence to show up boldly in your content and experience the rush of sharing your heartfelt message again.
I love that. So we can't wait to dive in deeper with you in the VIP training in the breakout rooms. We'll see you there.
Yay! You guys did great. All right. As always, like I would expect anything less. Come on now. The dynamic duo has been with me for a while. They are returning repeat victims. They know what they're getting into. All right. So we are going to go into breakout rooms. Okay. So we are going to have 10 minutes.
Am I also?
Shelly, I'm sorry. Yes, I can't forget Shelly. I almost
Yeah,
forgot.
we still have Shelly.
I still have Shelly. I'm so sorry, girl. Okay.
That's okay.
Shelly is going to talk to us about how to elevate your image and your personal brand. So please allow me to spotlight for Shelly. And I'm going to, would you like a timer?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'm going to time myself as well. So, all right. Why is it important to elevate your personal brand as part of your person? Why? Because when you are here on the Zoom call, being that we're on Zoom, when you are being photographed for pictures for marketing, when you are on video for social media, when you're speaking on stage, when you're talking about your book and you're going in front of people, how do you look? How do people look at you? Are you attracting the demographic that you want to attract just based on how you look? So that's what I help people with, because especially as we get older, our bodies change. And I work with people that say, I don't know how I want to show up. I know who my target audience. So that's where I come in. I actually help bridge how you want to show up so that you're wearing the right colors. Why? Because color is the very first thing everybody sees. So that you're wearing the right color so you look younger and healthier, so that people can see you across the room. They could see you stand out in amongst your brand. If you're doing a video or a photo shoot, you want to stand out so that you're attracting the demographic. I always ask my clients when I'm working with them, and these are things I want you to think about, and we're going to go a little bit deeper in the breakout room, is who do you want to be? When you go out there, how do you want to show up? Do you want to have like a feminine look, an edgy look, a cool look? Are you attracting a 30-year-old demographic, a 40-year-old demographic, a female, a male demographic? So this is what people just subliminally see. If they see you and they can identify with you, first of all, they have to be able to see you. So this is what I help people do, so that stand out. So whether you're in person, whether you're on camera, you're on video, you're on stage, and also how you look in your Zoom box. And I had created a 5-step Zoom makeover process to help people stand out so they could see you. You're not blending in with your background, and so that's really important to help people identify with you, so they can feel that they trust you. You look credible. You look like somebody that they can identify with. Also, when you're creating your personal brand, even on your Zoom, you want to be able to be seen. You want people to say, oh yes, I like the way that person looks. One of the things that I have always noticed is what color is people's hair? What color are their clothes? Can you see them? So these are topics that I often talk about, that I work with my clients on, because this is the first thing people see. So one thing that I always talk about, and I want people to think about, when you're attracting that ideal audience, let's say you are doing your marketing, you're doing a video, just because you live in a certain demographic of the world. I happen to live in Silicon Valley. So people are like, oh yeah, we're tech, we're relaxed, it's so easy here. But is that the ideal audience you want to attract? So you have to think, are you attracting a very sophisticated crowd? Maybe you want to make sure that you match that. But more importantly, I need you to feel confident in how you look. So this is what I'm going to be talking about a little bit further when we go into the breakout rooms. And I love helping people, helping you look your best, feel confident, so that you can you look credible, you have the trust and confidence to really I'm sorry, I'm just getting a little nervous here, so that you can really attract your ideal audience. So, okay.
You're doing great. You're
I
doing
see that I've got 15 seconds left to go. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for being here. You did a good job. You did a good job. All right. So now we're going to go into breakout rooms. All right. I know. Time's already up. We heard you. Thank you. Can you guys all hear when it does that? Yeah. Oh God. Okay. So we are let me open up the breakout rooms. Okay, so for those of you that are watching on YouTube, we will be exiting for a moment. We are all going to go into breakout rooms. We will see you in 10 minutes. So you should have now here, for the people on the call, you should have 2 rooms to choose from. You can go into Sarah and Lisa's, or you can go into Carissa, McKenna, and Shelly's room. But we will be in there for 10 minutes, and then we will come back and we will give everybody who would like an opportunity to share. So be prepared for that. We call it the Summit Share. What did you learn? What were your takeaways and things like that? Speakers, make sure that you record that if you would like, so that we can put it in the vault for the replay to go along with your content. Okay, so we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Can you point out where this option is? I'm not catching it in the chat or on the big screen. And you're muted.
Do you have a pop-up on your screen? Or if you go into the little more, there's like a breakout room option. Did you see it, Olivia?
I don't have a pop-up. It usually comes up right at in the center of the screen.
Yeah. Try in the more, or
what?
down in the
more.
Do you see it there? Breakout rooms? Or do you
Yep.
want me to put,
Gotcha.
how about
No, I see it.
Okay,
Thank
because I can
you.
also
New
put you in a
features.
room.
Freaking Zoom.
I can also put you in a room.
Yeah, you have to put, I'm on my phone and it's not under more or any place. So I'd like to go in the first room.
Into Sarah and Lisa's room?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Elaine.
Not a problem. Anybody else need support? With
Yeah.
getting
I would like to go into Sarah's room as well.
Okay.
Sarah and Lisa, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Geraldine, would you like to go into a room? I'm going to put Geraldine in Carissa's room. All right, girl, let's go into a room. I'll go into a Carissa's, you go into Sarah's. How about that?
Elaine must be in the other one.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when I got back and she
Well, we
wasn't here.
technically had 40 seconds. You guys could have kept going. But
She's in the second room right
yeah,
now.
Okay, it didn't look like we had more time. It looked like the clock had run
Here
down.
we
So
go.
Yeah.
anyways, and you're right, Katrina, being known is critical. It really is. Because if people don't know who you are, you be the most amazing person doing the most amazing work, and you're still gonna struggle.
totally.
Mhm.
Hi, Elaine. We're back. We got
All right, so we are going to go into Summit Share. We have some time to share and have discussion, right? So if there was something that you heard that was like, oh my God, that is exactly what I needed to hear today, whether it was a nugget, a pop rock, an aha, maybe something that you want to implement into your business based on what you heard so far from these panels. This is open to everybody. You can either raise the hand, you could just come off of mute. But Sharon, what would you like to share?
So, while short, sweet, to the point, Lisa hit a nugget, and Laura asked the question, which was beautiful, which was the basically the definition of celebrity. Because when we hear the word celebrity, it almost puts pressure on you. And I loved how Lisa explained that. Basically, she says, like, celebrity, I put celebrity equals the expert that you are in the marketplace. It does not necessarily mean that you have to be Beyonce, as she said. So that was huge for me because, and I know it's huge for probably a lot of us because we identify celebrity with, this, it's almost like a false sense of, I don't know. It messes with your mental psyche when you hear the word celebrity. It's like, no, I don't want to be a celebrity. I don't want to be, in the limelight. But that word it needs to be redefined after hearing the question from Laura and the answer from Lisa. That was monumental for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but if that nugget right there, and she broke it down, who you are, what matters to you, why you do what you do, it's like, when you know that part and can put that into your marketing, that helps people to understand who you are to become that celebrity.
Love that. I love that. Crystal, what would you like to share?
Would let me unmute for a second. Hi, I'm Crystal. I really liked what Lisa was sharing about the celebrity, and it gave me this idea, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it before. I swear you've told me to do it, Elaine. Is I'm a mindset coach and a spiritual trainer, and I have all of these tools that I'm trying to share with my clients, but I haven't shared how I've used those tools to make the changes in my life. And so doing like a video series on Instagram of this is the tool I use, this is where I was at, and this is where it got me would be just mind-blowing and really show where I'm at and what my skills are, better than me trying to share the tool itself.
Walking the talk. I love it. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else want to share? Claire?
Yes, I kind of hogged the time in our panel, but talking about, knowing your personal brand needs to evolve or positioning your personal brand. I kind of shared with the group, this past few months, I've been a little disenchanted with like social media and just like the oversharing and just sort of like the fake, I don't know, whatever on social. I'm talking about social media, but really all like personal branding. And I am the face of my business, and I'm happy to be, and I love being it. But I've been going through some just, I don't even know, deep work and how I want to show up online, and keeping some personal boundaries and some like professional boundaries, but really some personal boundaries and like what I want to share about my life. I have small kids, and I do not post them on social media I don't want to, and that some people do, and that's fine, but I don't. McKenna, Chris, and Shelly all had really good, you need to be confident in how you want to show up online and, step into those boundaries. Really, we kind of landed on, I feel like, and just knowing what are the things I want to share and feel comfortable sharing, and just like proudly go ahead and share those. And I mean, I'm pretty set on not sharing my kids, but I definitely got some affirmation that it's like, it's okay. You will still have a successful business if you don't, do the oversharing and any of that. So it was just very helpful and appreciated it.
Awesome. Anybody else? Nobody else wants to share? Oh my goodness. Women being speechless? What? Lisa, what do you got?
So it's interesting because I always get really upset when people should on me. Like, you should be this and you should be that, right? Don't shit on each other and don't shit on yourself. And what's interesting is that what we're talking about is literally about like ignoring the shoulds and doing what's true to your brand and true to yourself. And what really, like, the reason we started our businesses in the first place, right? So it's all about that aspect of being authentic. Doesn't mean that you have to be like, is about not being like everybody else. Not that you have to be some like rebel, like, you know, I shouldn't say that because I'm a company name is Rebel Girl Marketing, but it's not like you have to walk around like, you know, being all big and bold, but you just have to just be authentic. And so what I'm hearing is that we all are in this aspect of, just because somebody said we should do it doesn't mean we have to do it. So
Yes, 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 yes. That is one of my biggest rules. If you are in Diamond, a couple of you here are in Diamond, I'm always saying we do not should on each other. We ask questions instead, right? Like, what have you already tried? Have you considered? Have you thought about? Have you connected with? You know, and because it just feels so much better than saying you should do this and you should do that, because no, don't. It's like, it sounds like shit, but I mean, that's literally what it is, right?
It's very intentional how we say that. Like Carissa and I say that all the time in Unbound. Like, it's one of our scripture statements, if you will, that like literally the shoulds are what hold people back in their personal brand from being able to create, you know, this beautiful aligned, you know, entity, right? Like, branding isn't just something you do or you have. It's the living, breathing embodiment of who you are and what you value and what you believe and how you present that to the world. It's the foundation that your marketing stands on. So if you're shoulding on yourself because a mentor, a coach, a guru, whoever, you know, that you think is like the best thing since sliced bread told you you should do this, their brand, there's a 99.999 infinite nines% chance that their brand is different than yours. What worked for them may work for you, but it may also not. And so when you get to own who you are and what you believe and what you value and really tap into what your brand is, you can make any strategy, any trend, any tactic, any template work, because it's rooted in who you are and what you value and what you believe, not what somebody else said you should do. The shoulds keep you stuck. Throwing them away is what allows you to be unbound in your brand.
Well, and the shoulds are a sign of you not actually trusting yourself. And I think that's a big, big deal. Like, we should always be working toward trusting our intuition, trusting our gut, trusting our heart, trusting our minds, and just going forward with what we feel like it's best for us. And I think we continue to work on that every single day. Like, no, this is what I'm going to do. I trust myself. This is where it's going to go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lisa.
Well, I think to piggyback on that, I think there's also the problem, the bigger problem with shoulds is that 90+% of the time, let me pull a number out of the air, it's a well-intended thing, right? Like, somebody's saying that because they think it's going to help you. But inside us, we have this sense of that doesn't feel true to us. So shoulds actually become these lies that hang over our heads that are like taunting us about, well, to the point of trusting yourself. If I trust myself and I don't think that's true, then what does that say about me? And then if I do go that way, then what does that say about me? It's a no-win situation that's built on a well-meaning lie. And the sooner we can strip those things away, the easier it is for us to stand in the truth of who we are, what matters to us, what we want to be about in the world, the impact that we're trying to make on the world, the lives that we're trying to touch in the world, and the change that we want to see made.
I love that. Janine, I would love to call you to talk about your shoulds being an aha moment. What sparked for you that made you?
I'm a new business owner, and I like to get on to trying to absorb all the information that I can right now to market my business, to do, to do this, to do that. But I get so overwhelmed with I should be doing this. I should be doing that. I don't have clarity right now. And I have a great business coach. So that's certainly helped. But I also I always feel like sometimes I call it the roommate in my head, and the roommate gets in the way. And so I need to kick the roommate out that keeps saying, you should do this, you should do that, you should, so that I have clarity and I can focus each day on the tasks that are going to book clients. That was my aha moment. I think it just giving me clarity of I don't have to listen to the shoulds all the time.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting, being a new business owner, like you were mentioning, is that I don't know, maybe this is true for you. It was true for me, is that I felt like I should have already known everything and that I should have been farther along than where I really was. And the reality is that I am better off now that I didn't know everything. And it was a kind of learn as you go. And also not getting stuck in I have to learn everything first before I take any action. And so I want to just encourage you that you don't have to consume, learn before you decide to it's okay, because one of the biggest things that I tell people this all the time, one of the biggest things that I did for myself in my business was I gave myself permission to change my mind. If I made a decision that I said, actually, I don't really like that, I can change my mind. And I don't have to feel guilty about it. I'm not disappointing people. Nobody gives a shit, right? So just decide whatever that's going to be for you, and then do it. And you only need to know more than the average Joe. You just need to know a little bit more than they are in order to help them. You don't have to be an expert in all the things in order to help people.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. McKenna.
Oh my gosh, I'm like gonna pop over here. So we have this analogy that I just have to share because it like resonates so deeply with all of our clients. If you think of a mountain, most of us are standing at the timberline on a mountain. I also live in the Pacific Northwest, so I hope this analogy lands for everybody as well, right? So most of us are at the timberline on the mountain and we're looking up. The shoulds come from looking up at the summit and being, oh my God, I'm so far behind these people that I'm looking at. I need to do this, I need to do that. And we overwhelm ourselves and we overthink about all of the different paths that we could take up the mountain. And it makes us feel small. And it makes us feel like we don't know what we're doing. It gives us imposter syndrome because we're like, oh, I should be doing this and should be doing that and should be doing that, but I'm not doing any of it. Who am I to even exist in this business right now? Like, what am I doing with my life, right? So what Carissa and I encourage our clients to do, and piggybacking off of what Elaine just shared, is most of us are looking up at the summit going, oh my God, I have so far to go. Who am I to show up in this space? Who am I to show up and serve my clients? There are basically two occasions where we give our clients permission to turn around and look backwards. One of them is to be like, oh my God, look how far I've actually come in the last few months, few years, few decades since you started your business. And the second is to realize that the people that you are here to serve, that you are here to change their lives for the better in whatever offer or service or product, program, whatever it is that you sell, is that the people that you're here to serve are still at the parking lot. And they're looking up at you. Allow this to be an empowering moment. They are looking up at you, standing there at the timberline going, oh my God, I could never do what she does. How am I going to get there? They're having the same thoughts looking up at you that you are looking up at the summit. And what you get to do is to turn around and be like, you know what? I'm not the expert. I'm not at the summit, but that's okay because the people who are up at the summit, they have solutions for summiting, not getting to the timberline. They're so far ahead that the people that you're here to serve are not going to resonate with them anyway. It's too far. It's too far above. It's too advanced. They're not at that place. They're looking for the person, you, who is going to show up and be like, hey, you know what? I'm not at the summit yet, but here I am at the timberline, which is the first step or the third step. Let me help you with the first few steps it takes to get from the parking lot to the timberline. And what's really beautiful about this is that you're continuing to grow every step of the way. So as you're helping them to get from here to here on the mountain, you're continuing to grow. You're continuing to develop. You're continuing to invest in yourself. You're continuing to evolve your brand and your offers, and you're growing and you're expanding and you're, stepping in the pitfalls and figuring out the navigation and the ropes to get farther up the mountain. So you continue to stay relevant and you continue to improve, which means you can continue to help clients at higher and higher levels, but it never requires you to feel like you have to be the expert or you have to be the person up at the summit. You get to own who you are, where you are, exactly where you are, no matter how new you are, because you know something that the people at the parking lot don't, and that's how you serve them. That's my soapbox.
Mic drops, mic drops. Love it, love it. Okay, so we have 5 minutes before we're going to start our next panel. So, Marajula, what would you like to share?
Yeah, hi everyone. Just when I listen to all of you talking, I would like to say that your personal brand actually gets hampered if you're affected by the shoots, because personal brand is what you are, and the shoots pouring on you, it tends to make you don't bring out yourself. I believe in the power of words, and when your words, it has to come out who you actually are. So when you have those shoots coming in from left and right, you have to do this, you should do that, and you don't actually know what your brand is. You get confused. So you should, by knowing who you are, what you can do, what you can offer, is individual. You can't actually dictate who is the best person at a certain thing. You should be doing this or that, because each person has the individual style, the individual way of doing things, the individual perspective, and that is what is called a personal branding. That's what I feel I should say. Yeah.
Yes, love that. Thanks for sharing. Dr. Denise, what would you like to share?
Mirangela just talked about the power of words, and I just want to remind people about the power of actions, and that one of the ways that we can overcome that imposter syndrome is by taking action. And so one of the things that Elaine has shared is that great handout, which helps us figure out what are we actually going to implement as a result of this summit, so that we're not caught up in just, I have to learn more, I have to learn more. No, you need to pick something and do something, take some action. One of the things that I tell my clients when I'm helping them set up webinars, they're like, oh, I need to learn more, I need to study more. It's like, you know what? Your 5th webinar is going to be amazing, but we have to get to the 5th one. You got to get through the first one, which might be horrible. Yeah, it might be, but you got to get through that to get to that 5th one that's going to be amazing. And if you get stuck in that learning mode without the doing, you're never going to get there.
Girl, yes. I always say, guess what? Simone Biles did not become amazing overnight. Do you know how many times she fell? Do you know how many times she had to practice? Practice, because like Denise is saying, your first video is going to suck. Okay. But it has to. It can't be perfect. Otherwise, you're never going to arrive to where it becomes second nature. My first summit, y'all, Paige was there. Okay. Woo! We learned a lot of lessons that day. Okay. But it got me to where now with this summit, so much easier, because I've learned everything I need to know by doing it and screwing up and messing up and going, well, shit, right? I always say the Dyson vacuum cleaner was not in like over 5,000 prototypes. So if you want to see the definition of resilience, check out James Dyson's story, like for real. Katrina, what would you like to add?
I know you don't have a lot of time, but I just want to add to simplify. Simplify, obviously, in your branding, but with marketing, with what you're selling, sell 3 things. Don't try to sell 17 things. Stay on one platform on social media. You don't have to do 3 to 5 of them. Okay. And simplify, getting in front of more people. The whole goal is to get in front of more people more often and in more ways. And because you have to talk to more people to get more clients, more people. If you're only talking to a couple dozen people every month, that's just not enough. So stay focused on where can I get in front of more people? Where can I have more people experience me? It could be networking events, speaking gigs, and what you guys said to stop learning. You got to stop learning at some point and just start doing. So that's what I wanted to add.
Lisa, round us out, girl.
Okay, so one of the things, especially if you're newer in business, that I really want to drive the point home on is, number one, your first is always your worst. Doesn't matter what it is you're working on. The first one is always going to suck. deal with it. It's just part of the process. It's how we learn. But also being a new entrepreneur can be very much like being a new adult. You know, you just graduated college and you need plates and dishes and a place to stay and all this stuff. And it's like you just start amassing all of this stuff to build the life that you want to build. And in business, you start amassing all of this knowledge, and all that stuff's got to go somewhere, right? You got to have a shelf to put it on. So instead of trying to do all of the things and trying to be in all of the places, to go back to what Katrina said, we really want to be targeted and intentional, because you only have so much capacity and you need to match your capacity to whatever your strategy is. So if you're like, I want to do video, well, what will your capacity allow you to do in video and do it well to the best of your abilities? I'm a big fan of fail forward and fail fast, but I also don't like leaving a wake of hurt people in my path because of all of the ways I failed my way to success. We have to strike that balance of learning as we go and doing right by our clients and our potential audience.
Love it. Thanks for finishing that out for us. That was, you guys, so many bombs, so many knowledge bombs being dropped there. So thank you everybody for contributing to our first little summit share. We're going to move into our second panel, which is going to be crafting your magnetic marketing strategy. And first up is going to be Sandra Ray, who's going to be talking about the power of brain dumping. So Miss Sandra, would you like a timer?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So we're going to hope my voice lasts. You know, caring is sharing in my household right now. No, not really. Like seriously. So I am talking about brain dumping and how does this relate to marketing? And you guys literally set it up for me. Lisa was just talking about simplifying and not doing so much and so on and so forth. So have you ever walked in a room and totally forgot why you walked in there? Like how many times? A gazillion times. Do you feel like the computer with 1,000 tabs open in your brain and you don't know where the sound's coming from because you don't know what tab it's coming from? That's your brain because your brain is made for processing. You can't keep everything in your head. Literally, you can't keep everything in your head. The more you try to keep in your head, the more you're going to forget. You know, your brain forgets, the pen doesn't. So brain dumping is basically getting it all out of your head so you can organize it, so you can see what you can delegate, see what you need to do, see who needs to be where, what, when, and how. I have 5 kids. You can't be everywhere at once. Who's going to be picking up kid A, B, C, D, E, F, G? So that's why brain dumping is so important. It frees up the space in your head so that you can do. You can just sit down and do. You're not sit down going, oh, wait, I don't know where to start because 5,000 emails just came in and the phone's pinging and client has an emergency and they have an emergency. Might not be your emergency. They have an emergency. Is it really your priority now? So brain dumping helps you prioritize your time. It also helps you be productive. Keeping your brain dumping in one spot makes it easier to do, delegate, and help you. I love my creative entrepreneurs. So I've created a parking lot method where we can keep your creative ideas safe and you don't lose them, but it's not the time and place to do that. And there's a thing called closing the loop. So if you have a thought and you don't finish it, you have all these open loops. If you think about yarn and all these loops are all tangled up together and somebody asks you a question and you're like, what? I don't even know what you're talking about because my brain is still over here on loop 1 and you're talking about loop 5 now. So it's extremely important to do that. And also think about brain dumping as you have the garage full of everything. We have the garage full of everything. It's the catch-all of catch-alls. And you go to try to find something in the garage and you can't find it. Like it might be in pile 1, 2, 3, bottom, top, you have no idea. So when you take all those things out and you organize them and you put them back in the garage, then you know where the nuts and bolts are. You know where the wrench is. You know where the Halloween decorations are. So think about it that way. That's how you organize your brain. And it's not linear. You're going to do it often. You're going to do it daily, sometimes hourly. keeping it in one spot is really great. I always say the phone because everybody has their phone on them 24/7. Let's be real. So if you have a document or a spreadsheet, I'm giving away a free spreadsheet in the VIP on how to do brain dumping. And then I go into not only how to do it, but what to do with it to be more productive. So yeah, that's why, and that's how I got into brain dumping, is just the fact that I needed it for my life. And my kids do it. My 17-year-old does it. She's spreadsheet queen. So she loves it. Moving, Lisa, you were just talking about moving. She has a whole spreadsheet. She's not moving out for a couple of years, but she already has a spreadsheet of everything she wants for an apartment. Her siblings are 7 years older than her, so she's watched and walked through new places, new apartments, all that. So she does know what you need. So it's always funny to see your kids do the same thing as you. And then she's also, Mom, on the weekends, she's like, Mom, can you brain dump so we can help you? Because we don't know what we're supposed to do or how to help you. So yeah, and I'm going to go more into that in the breakout room. And of course, my VIP session is about how to brain dump and how to use it.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to spotlight myself here because I'm going to be talking about idea to implementation. So Sandra just talked about brain dumping, and I am very much about implementation. Like, we're going to take one idea from that brain dump, and then what do you do with it? Right? So I have included a PDF in the vault where you have all of the recordings of all of the speakers. There is one in there, idea to implementation worksheet that has multiple things. And I'm literally, this is like from my own little planner. But what I like to do is, because my brain is always pop rocking, it has a million ideas. And I've learned that those ideas are not always for me. I had to decipher which idea is for me and which idea is not. It's for somebody else, because I probably talked to somebody yesterday and my brain is coming up with ideas for them. And so how do I discern which idea is for me and which one do I actually want to implement? One of the things I do is I filter through my values. I have 3 that are kind of like the core of what I do. And if it's not in alignment with one of those 3, it's a no. And it's okay, right? It's okay that it's a no. But what I like to do is I first start out with the results or the transformation that this idea will provide. I start there, kind of like reverse engineering. So I start at the end. This is what people can expect to get out of this idea. And then I go into the problem. What are the problems that people are having that this results in, like, it, their problem solution. Okay, that's basically what it is. Then I like to ask, is there anyone being underserved or left out that I could be supporting with this? So I love being able to make sure to fill the gap, even if it's a very small demographic. Is there somebody being left out that is not being served currently in the market? I like to also go into what has worked before. So strategy. Have I done a webinar? Have I done a workshop? Have I done a summit? Have I done just like an in-person event? What have I done before that worked really well? I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I just have to take this idea and plug it in. It's like a plug and play. Rinse and repeat. That is what I'm all about. The clone feature, the duplicate feature, is my favorite feature in my CRM, because I don't have to recreate the wheel every time I want to start or create a new idea. And also, you could also look at an idea that someone else has done. So do you guys remember when LuLaRoe first came out? They were selling, everybody had their own private Facebook group. They kind of launched that. And so other companies started seeing that this was working really well, that they could sell in Facebook groups, and other people started doing the same thing. That's borrowing an idea. And how could I take that idea and this idea? The next one is, what habits do you need to implement in order to make this actually happen? For me, it's always consistency. If I am not consistent, it ain't gonna happen. And consistency, I have to break through the fear in order for me to be consistent, because I have a fear of I'm going to bother people. I don't want to come off as salesy, all the bullshit, right? That my little, my Sally Saboteur, that's her name is Sally. She's going to try and throw a wrench in my idea. So I have to decide what habits do I need to implement in order to do that? What calendar invites do I need? What tasks do I need? What checklists do I need? And I need also an accountability buddy. Paige, who is on this call, is my business bestie. When I have something, I tell her, this is what I'm going to do, because she's going to be on my ass. Did you do that? In the most loving way, by the way. So get a business bestie if you don't have one. And then I put my idea into motion using who, what, when, where, why, and how. So simple, but that literally is answer those questions in order to help you figure out how to implement it. And then what are the top 5 things you need to do in order to make this a reality? And then do it, ditch it, or delegate it. You do not have to be the one that does all the things. Hire help, especially if you've never done it before. Get support. There are people out there that will help you. Okay. So thank you so much. That's my time. All right. I'm going to unspotlight myself, and we're going to move into our next speaker, which is Andrea, who is going to be talking about, is your energy attracting or repelling clients?
Absolutely. And I'm going to share my screen, but before I do that, I'm going to, if the screen share doesn't work, just drop a little website in the chat, because I have a question for all of you. So Lisa, give me a thumbs up if you can see. Okay, cool. So who are you more drawn to? You have no idea what I do, right? So which picture are you more drawn to? I'm guessing there's one. I've done this before and people are like, clearly there's one that people are more drawn to. The December one, right? I'm going to give another example. It's amazing that I actually have like very similar, this was not intentional at all, that I have headshots that are like very similar poses. But yes, there is one that when I look at it, body language, confidence, energy, what I exude, there is certainly one that I am more drawn to, that other people, every time I do this exercise, are definitely more drawn to. And why I want to show you this is because, so those second ones, they were taken December 2023, as you can see, and earlier 2023, so March, April-ish, my business was not doing so well. A lot of people didn't know me. I'd been doing a lot of the marketing things, but things were not happening as a result of my business. And so I actually took a step back. I consider the strategy and the energy, right? So I took a step back from learning about strategy. I had just finished a Grow Your Email List course, and I took a step back and I looked at, all right, myself. And I realized in looking at myself, I was afraid to tell people I was a spiritual coach. I was afraid to go out in person. I was afraid to network. There was a lot of fears that I had. I didn't know what value that I offered. I couldn't see that value for myself. I was looking for validation in other people. All of that, that was my energy. That is what I was exuding. And your energy is what the universe is matching. It doesn't matter if you have the perfect marketing funnel, the perfect language. None of you know what my landing page looks like. None of you know what my marketing funnel is. But right now you're attracted to me for some reason. And that is because the universe matches your energy. And so what I have learned in taking a pause and going down the strategy rabbit hole is the universe, it matches you to the level that you believe in yourself, right? And you cannot outmarket low self-confidence and low self-worth. You just can't. And so the more you work on yourself, then yes, you need those strategy things too. We are both. We are strategy, we are energy. But if you're hitting a point where the strategy just isn't working, then I would invite you to consider going within and seeing where in your energy maybe you need to amp yourself up. Do you need to believe in yourself more? Do you need to see your own value, toot your own horn? Right? Quit looking for validation from other people, because that leaks your energy. And so in my presentation, I shared 5 different ways, because how you feel starts with your thoughts, right? But you also need to, the universe is responding to how you feel, not just your thoughts. But there are thoughts, there are ways that you can see the world, there are ways that you can see yourself, perspectives that you can start to
look at the world, look at yourself differently. So that way you do send off a different energy. And so that is what I would invite you to, if you want to see the presentation, just 5 areas where I have started to change my thoughts and change the way I see the world and change the way I see myself. So that way I can show up as more confident. And also an exercise at the end to put you into a meditation. So that way you can tune into one of my levers. But also if you're jumping into the breakout room, I know Laura and I talked about like, we're going to be open, come with your questions, and we want to know like what we can help you with. So I will stop there. I will stop my screen share. That will be my time.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Miss Laura Holloman, who is going to be talking about turning leads into gold. Who doesn't want gold in their pocket? I mean, for real. All right, let's spotlight Laura. All right, love.
Hi, everybody. I am Laura Holloman. I am the coach or the host of the Raving Coaches podcast and a business coach inside the Raving Coaches expansion lab, author of 2 books, been self-employed for like 25 years. I've been around the block for a minute. I'm also a really practical and powerful truth teller. Like that's my superpower. And so if you have time to go watch the VIP presentation that I did, you're going to get the 4 phases of marketing from fizz to bang, right? Because we've all had marketing fizzle. And what we want is fireworks. Oh, it's amazing. But it really is about the phase that you're in now and doing in the right phases. So check that out. But when I was thinking about this short presentation and what I could help you to understand, and in talking about like marketing alchemy, we all want the magic, the one thing, the 5 things, the 10 top mistakes, whatever it is, that's going to cause our marketing to ching, 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 turn into gold. And that's what alchemy was way, way back in the day. It was a process where they thought that they could turn lead into gold. And you know what? They were never able to do it because that's not the way it works. But what they were able to do and what they were doing is they were starting to create chemistry. They were starting to understand chemistry. And there's a few things about chemistry that we know. It takes careful planning. It's methodical, but it's still experimental. The same thing is true of your marketing also. And we've already touched on so many of the beautiful points that I wanted to make sure that you guys took away here. So this will be just kind of like a beautiful review. In understanding that marketing and your strategy is experimental, know that it's gonna fail. It will fizzle sometimes. The difference is whether or not you're curious about those failures or whether you let them weigh you down, smash you in. Oh, I got to go do it just the right way again. Be curious. What worked? What didn't? What's next? That curiosity factor that you can bring into this is what's going to determine a different outcome the next time. The second thing is I want you to relax. When it comes to marketing, energetically, we get our shoulders up around our ears and we stop breathing a little bit because we're so hopeful and we make it mean so many things. Okay, y'all, this is not that important. Relax and breathe, my friends, because when you do so, all of a sudden, creativity and flow and ideas are going to start showing up. And the third thing, and we've already touched on it in the breakout review that we did, you have to trust yourself. You have your best answers. There is no guru who is on here today or who you can pay $30,000 to that's going to have just your framework that's perfect. You have to dig into it yourself. Now, there are some people who are on here today who may help you understand yourself better. And that's a framework that serves you. So, what are your superpowers that you're marketing? And how do your superpowers influence your marketing strategy? I have created the Endotype Formula Quiz. It's a simple 4-question assessment that takes you deep into who you are and your superpowers. So I invite you all, endotype.com, take the quiz, understand who you are. And if you join us in the breakout room and know your endotype, we can talk about that a little bit more too, if you have some questions on that. So look forward to talking with you there, and go check out the 4 phases. See what phase you're in now, because if you've skipped a phase, it might be why your marketing strategy is not working for you right now. The phases have to be in the right order.
Right, fantastic. Look at that, right on.
And I would like to thank my sons, and I would like to every time you play that, it reminds me of an Emmy speech, and my manager and all the people who knew I could.
The Academy. All right. So where are you, Lisa? Where are you, Lisa? Raise your hand. Where are you? There you are. Good Lord. I was like looking on each row for you. All right, Lisa.
I'm here. I'm like a who in Whoville. I'm here.
So Lisa's going to be talking about if you can grocery shop, you can create a marketing strategy. Go for it.
I know, right? Bizarre. So, okay. Who here has ever been into a grocery store? Okay. Who here has ever created a grocery list before? Raise your hand. Okay. Who here has ever gone to the grocery store without a list? And you're hangry and you got no time, right? What goes in the cart? You can say it out loud. You can unmute if you want. What goes in?
Everything. All the chips.
Everything but the right thing.
Snacks. Yeah, exactly. All the junk, all the quick and easies, all the crap right now goes in there. So that's what happens when we market without a plan. It's 4:00 on a Friday and you're like, all right, I'm cleaning up my desk. I'm going to have a cocktail with my friends. And you see the little Post-it note that says social media for the week. And you're like, totally forgot to put something up on social media. So what do you put up? Same thing that goes in your cart, right? Probably crap, probably not so like intentional branding. The problem is it's going to feed those like kind of those social media algorithms, but it's not going to feed your brand. So this is all about how to feed your business. So what I want you to do, take a deep breath. And then what Laura was just saying, you know what? Just breathe. And what marketing is, think of it this way. Marketing is nutrition for your business. You can't do a ton of marketing and then do nothing for a long period of time. Just like you can't eat like 3 pizzas and 2 pitchers of beer on a Sunday and then not eat all week, right? It's not going to sustain you. So little pieces of marketing over time is what feeds your business. So the reason I compare it to grocery shopping is this. It's about, okay, the first question you usually ask yourself is, and in the VIP room, the video goes into much more detail. But the what's on the menu is about like what's on your calendar. What's on your calendar in your business? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to promote a webinar? Are you having an event, an amazing marketing summit? And you're trying to promote it, right? Or maybe you're launching a new product. You're trying to become a subject matter expert. Why do you need marketing is like what's on your menu. And the second question we usually ask ourselves is, who am I feeding? Because knowing who you're feeding is going to change because do they have allergies or restrictions or, sensitivities? For me, broccoli will never be on my grocery list because broccoli is disgusting. Don't judge me. You all have one thing on your list that will never be on your list, right? I don't know, beets, liver, onions. It could be anything, but you have that one thing. But knowing who I am, you have to understand who your audience is. So we know why we need marketing. We know who we're feeding or who our target audience is. And then it goes back to like, where am I going to go? So a lot of the people on this call, it's about what social media am I going to be on? Think of it this way. Apples, right? There are a billion types of apples out there, and there are a billion types of social media things out there right now. Which one's right for you? But if you think about an apple, green apple makes a really good pie. Macintosh is really good for applesauce, right? Honeycrisp is good for snacking. You have to figure out what you're trying to do. And that's why you pick whichever social media or direct mail or email, or I don't know, put a billboard on the interstate where you live. You have to figure out where you're going to go and where your audience is hanging out. So that's the third thing. And the next thing is about when. And it's interesting because what Laura and Andrew were actually talking about, like some other people were talking about, is like when you do your marketing is also as important as where you do your marketing. And so it's understanding the analytics and being able to judge and say, this one did really well, this one didn't. I'm going to go like this kind of marketing strategy over here. This one's not so great. And so it's knowing when they're engaging with you. For some reason, at 7:00 on Sundays, that's when my audience is active. Maybe it's the end of the weekend, they're just scrolling. That's when I get the most hits, which is weird, but at least I know that. Last thing is, what are you going to buy? And so it's all about knowing the content and the words that you use. And what Andrew was saying is the energy. What kind of energy does your audience look for? So if you can grocery shop, you can create a marketing strategy. I know you can do it because you're all amazing, amazing women. So thanks. That was my time.
Yay. Thank you. All right. Next up. Hold on. Here we go. There we go. All right. Next up is Dr. Denise Dennis, who's going to be talking about inspect what you expect. This is going to be a really good one. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Spotlight. Here you go.
All right. Thank you very much. So how do you really know if your marketing is working? You need to inspect what you expect. And that's what I want to share with you today is why it's so important to make sure that you're inspecting what you expect for your business growth. I'm Dr. Denise Dennis. I am your Chief Automation Officer with Action Accelerated, and I help coaches make data-driven decisions. So let's talk about the cost of assumptions, of just assuming everything is working. Well, first of all, there's assumptions and then there's reality. Lots of businesses assume their marketing is effective without really verifying. You're just kind of, yeah, it's working. But we know that that's not going to work for us long term. Instead, what happens is that we're just flying blind. Many businesses are flying blind. Think about what happens if you are not checking your data. You have missed opportunities. You're wasting your budget. You have poor customer retention because you don't actually know what's going on in your business. And then it also takes an emotional toil because we're constantly worrying about, am I on the right track? Am I doing the right things? We talked about the decisions and all the different decisions that we need to make in our business, and that's overwhelming and stressful, and nobody wants that. So think about investing in an expensive automated campaign. I'm all about automating businesses, but imagine investing in this expensive automated campaign only to realize months later that it didn't actually connect with your audience. Now you've just wasted that money and you didn't even realize it. And if you're not checking, you're continuing to waste that money without realizing it. So why are data-driven decisions just non-negotiable? First of all, data doesn't lie. Data doesn't lie. So you can tell yourself whatever you want, but what do your numbers say? That's what's most important, is that we want to make sure that we understand our numbers, because real numbers tell us the truth. It's not about opinion. They're just facts. If you miss a metric, if you don't measure something, that can actually equal a missed opportunity. The other reason that data-driven decisions are non-negotiable is because they give us control and confidence. So knowing your numbers gives you a sense of control. If you've ever maybe somebody that you know goes to the checkout lane, goes to scan your card, and you're like, I think I put money in that account. Nobody wants nobody wants that feeling of, is it going to go through? Was this a good use of my time? Was this a good use of my effort? When you know your numbers, then you have more control. And then as a result, you can make more confident decisions. And then finally, let's talk about consequences of not inspecting. It is wasting resources. I touched on this before. Marketing that is not tracked can easily turn into wasted time and wasted money. Maybe you decided to set up a Facebook ad and you're throwing money at it every day, every month. If you're not going back to see, are you getting any leads from those Facebook ads, then you're just throwing that money away. Or that might be your biggest source of leads, but if you're not tracking that, then you may not know that maybe you should throw more money at that and stop doing some other activities over here. So it's causing you to waste resources if you're not tracking your money. I mean, not tracking your numbers, rather. It also means if we're not tracking that we are missing opportunities for growth because you can't improve what you don't measure. So where are you succeeding? We talked before about failing. We talked about failing faster. Talked about, getting to that 5th webinar or whatever that is. But if we're not tracking that progress, then how do we even know if we're succeeding or failing and where we need to grow and where we need to direct our time, energy, and money? And that's when stagnation sets in because we don't have any insights to fuel that growth. So in my breakout session, I'm going to talk about how you make those data-driven decisions, how you go about inspecting what you expect, and I look forward to seeing you over there.
All right. I'd like to thank the Academy. Fantastic. I love the parade wave. That's super fantastic. Okay, so now we are going to go into a breakout room. Panelists, guess what? I made you all being able to record. So my apologies for the first round. Some of that was not recorded. That was my bad. So, those little things that you just forget sometimes. So you will have pop up on your screen the 3 breakout rooms that you can go into. If you are on mobile and would like me to add you to a room, please let me know which one you'd like to go into. Claire, do you need me to add you to a room? Oh, she's saying, are you just saying, how do I choose? There's so many good ones. Okay, gotcha. If you need me to add you to a room, let me know because I'm going to go into my room. All right, we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Barb was gonna say something real quick. You're gonna have to share it in this part of the share, Barb. She come back?
Yes. So we will have until 9:45 for Summit Share. So does anybody have anything that they would like to share? Any takeaways? Anything that just stood out to you? Sharon.
I hate to go first again, but I swear this is like the best thing since sliced toast. The 2 tag team I got to by. If you guys weren't in that room, although I'm sure all the other panelists are great, this was amazing because they tag teamed off of one another. And so what really hit me was when Lisa was talking about who am I feeding? And Lisa broke it down so simple with, you have basically 3 audiences. And I never thought of my business as having 3 audiences, which is the buyer, the end user, and the influencer. So she really broke that down and explained what that all looks like, especially if, where we're going is our buyers and users, they're not talking to us, but we can go to influencers to basically tell the buyers and influencers. And then Dr. Denise turns into the whole, she Dr. Jekylled it and said, hey, listen, you need to, I'm so excited and I'm also hyped up on coffee. But it's like, she started talking about KPIs, and that's one of the things that I struggle with the most. And I get understanding data is important, but KPIs is like the thing that I feel like, ooh, that's kind of like, I'm a planner. I like pretty frilly things and diamonds and all of that. I don't like the behind the scenes stuff. So this has been great, but that piece right there where she talked about identify the goal, the business, and the project, and then what progress that you're making with each one of those, like that was game changer for me. Like, I'm so excited right now. I had a rough day yesterday and the 2 of you just totally lit my world. So it's like, if I could, I'd kiss you. If there's girl crush thing going on, I'm married 39 years, but y'all, that's what I got is y'all. The 2 of you just nailed it. And I still have to keep Lisa in there too. I kind of love Lisa too. I don't know where she's at on my screen, but this has been Elaine, and you are the top of, you're the crown. So thank you. I'm done.
All right. Michelle, what would you like to share?
Yeah, I was in the breakout room with Laura and Andrea, and one of the things that Laura said that is really sticking with me is you can enjoy the scenery while staying focused on your lane, especially when it comes to marketing. And like Instagram is, I would say it's where I put all my effort. Not that that's a lot of effort right now. But I do get like, oh, that was pretty. Oh, maybe I can do that. And oh, that one looks successful. Maybe I can do that. And so it was just a really nice metaphor of like, you don't have to take every side road and every exit that you pass. You can get a little bit of inspiration, get a little bit of motivation, and keep moving forward. And the keep moving forward is the piece that I'm really working on now. Cause I'm like, keep hitting the gas and the brake and the gas and the brake, trying to figure out all of the things that I'm interested in, what to focus on. So thank you, Laura, for that metaphor. That was a good one for me.
Love that. Barb.
I was in Laura and Andrea's room, and my question, we got cut off right in the middle of it. I wanted to know, is it more important to love the social media platform that you're on? And like you mentioned, get off that platform, or is it more important to be on the platform that your niche market is on?
So I'll go first, and then I'd love to hear what Andrea has to say. But just prior to you going to ask that question, Heidi was talking about, and one of the things that she said, and here's what I believe too, your ideal clients are on all the platforms. They may be more prevalent on one versus another. So if you love a platform and it's easy and it's flowy and it's creative, go do that shit. Right? If instead of, somebody told me like and then even the metrics show, I should be over here on this platform I hate, doing the thing I hate, because that hate, remember, like right, marketing, it's just so serious, instead of like relax and do the thing that has the flow. That's my opinion of it. But Andrea, I'd love to hear what you say too.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add, but I will say one, what I found again, I can build an audience anywhere. What's more important is consistency. So just picking one and sticking to it. And then two, yes, if you're not loving where you're at, that is going to show through in your marketing. And so like the more passion, the more confidence, the more lit up you can feel by your own marketing, then your clients are going to feel that. And so if you can feel that on any platform, then more power to you. But if not, that's also really important.
Awesome. Thank you.
100%. I know that I should be on LinkedIn, but girl, I do not like that platform. It annoys me, right? So I'm not consistent on LinkedIn like I should be. And guess what? I don't give a shit. I don't like it. My energy is not going to be I'm not going to be in the right headspace when I'm there because I don't enjoy being there. I like being on TikTok. Do I get clients off of TikTok? No, but I just enjoy being there, right? Like so it's about your intention as well. Like, is your intention to connect? Is it to educate? Is it to entertain? Which Paige will be talking all about that shit in her keynote later today. So make sure you stick around for that because you're not going to want to miss that conversation. If you are struggling with content, social media, marketing, all of that stuff, Paige is the queen, okay? The queen of it all. So, all right, I think we have room for maybe one more question. Does anybody else have anything they want to add or ask or share or anything like that? We got time. We got 1 minute. Nobody? All right, well then, shall we just get started on the next one? Let's dive into it. All right, so first up is going to be Katrina Sawa, who's going to be talking about speaking is the fastest path to cash. So let me spotlight Miss Katrina. Let me grab your timer. And all right, here you go, love.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. And there's some amazing speakers on here so far. I'm super excited because I think what we're all talking about is the stuff you want to focus on, right? We were talking about focus a couple years ago. My theme for the year was focus on what matters. And it was so important. And I did so much of that. It was not only my business, but in my family and my health too. So that was really important. And it's so much so I loved it that I kept it going for 2 years in a row, the theme for the year. So if you guys ever pick a theme for the year, focus on what matters really helped me stay focused on the right marketing, the right sales funnels, the right product offerings, and the right activities, and set boundaries for myself, for family and time. So what I'm talking about today is speaking. I'm sure most of you have spoken. You're all speaking, period. We do our 30-second commercials. So you're a speaker if you can do that, okay? So whether you're an introvert or an extrovert, it doesn't matter. You can use speaking to grow your business and get clients. What I want to ask you though is how many of you, and I want to see hands, and I'm going to probably take myself off and see the gallery, but I don't know what you guys are seeing, but I want to see a show of hands. So those of you who are off camera, please come on camera or use your digital hand if you want to. But how many of you have sold from stage and sold over $1,000 from one speaking gig? Raise your hand. $1,000. Okay, keep your hand up if you've sold over $5,000 from one speaking opportunity that day, or it could be in the follow-up. I will let you have that in the follow-up from that one speaking. Sold over 5,000, sold over 20,000 from one speaking opportunity. Sold over $150,000 from one speaking opportunity. Okay. How many of you want to sell? There's only like 2 of us that have sold over 150. How many of you want to sell more? Like from one talk, or it could be one day event, or a lot of my bigger sales days were 3-day enrollment events where I was teaching everything I know, like lots of how. You love to give, you love to teach, you love to share all your secrets, do it in an event, and then sell your big ticket at the end. And if you have a big ticket, that's the problem. A lot of people don't have enough big ticket items to sell and make that kind of money from stage. Now, There's lots of stages you're going to be on and you're not selling from stage. We're not selling from stage here, right? And that's okay. And it's only 5 minutes. So I mean, how much can we do in 5 minutes, right? But I want you to get excited and I want you to want to make it easy on yourself. Talk about focus, having a life, stopping overwhelmed. Frickin' speak. Speak more, speak often, speak in many different ways. You can speak on virtual summits, but in person is the fastest way for people to really connect with you. You can do hugs and high fives and get to really know them and, have lunch with them. And it is so different. If you have never spoken in person, I really want to encourage you. Have a workshop. Hold something in your own town. Get 5 people there, get 10 people there. And it's not about the ticket price. It's how you wow them, teach them, and really build that want with them, make them wanting more. So then you make an offer. Now you don't have to sell a high ticket from like a 1 hour, or you're not going to. There's so many things to know about speaking. And that's why I have some other trainings and all that thing. I just want you to get more excited to speak more in different ways by holding your own events. People say, well, I can't find any speaking gigs. Well, then have an event, have a webinar, have one every week. Do something where you can invite people so they can experience you. People have to experience you to get excited to want more. Okay. And this is just one marketing strategy that all of you could do more of. So there's the free training that's in the VIP section that goes into like more of the 7 things to do to get booked. But in my training on my website, the speaker audio, it's jumpstartspeakertraining.com. I'll put the link in the chat in a minute. But that is where I go into also the 4 things you need in an intro. Like whether you're having a 5-minute talk or a 20-minute talk or an hour talk, there's certain things that you have to say throughout the talk. And so I just want you to go get more information on how to really get started speaking more to get clients. So.
I'd like to thank the Academy. Fantastic. Katrina always brings the bombs. All right, so Larissa is up next, and she's going to be talking about mic drop moments. All right, Larissa, where did you go, girl? I just saw you. Where are you? There you are. Thank you. Goodness gracious. I'm telling you, man. All right, so glad you're here.
Thanks.
All right, here is your timer.
Hey, everybody. What if it only took 20 seconds for you to make tens of thousands of dollars in your business? As business owners, we often feel like we don't have enough time to make the kind of money that we want to make. But when you know how to captivate an audience, 20 to 30 seconds is all you need to have the right people coming up to you at a networking event or during a virtual talk, reaching out to you in the DMs to ask you how they can have a conversation with you and find out how to work with you. So needless to say, having a 5-minute opportunity today feels like oodles of time to me, because this has been my experience and those of my clients. And it happens when you turn your elevator pitch into a show-stopping mic drop moment that you can use at a networking event, you can use it in one-on-one conversations, and you can also use it in personal and social interactions. It's an entertaining way of making sure you're getting your message everywhere possible, because your clients are like oxygen, right? They're everywhere, they're all around you. And the system works when you make every second count. So I'm gonna give you some do's and don'ts today on how to turn your elevator pitch into a mic drop moment. So in those 20 or 30 seconds, you need to do 3 things, and we're gonna call them the 3 C's. So the first is you need to captivate. You need to say something to get everybody's attention so they stop looking at their phones, they stop chatting with their neighbor, and they're focused on you, because if they're not paying attention, they're not gonna hear anything you have to say. The second thing is you need to connect. So you need to share something that is personally meaningful to your ideal clients. You want to make them feel something. You want to shift their perspective. You want to give them a valuable tip or an insight that they can take away from it. And thirdly, it needs to lead to a conversation. So the conversation is the 3rd C. So you want to be able to activate those ideal clients to take that next step, which is to have a conversation with you. So those 3 C's again are captivate, connect, and conversation. Now let's look at the don'ts. So there are 3 really common mistakes that people make that don't allow your elevator pitch to have the impact that it could be making. And the first is you don't want to make it about you. I know so many business owners, they put so much time and energy in crafting this beautiful, elaborate title for themselves. For example, if you're a weight loss coach, you might call yourself a body transformation facilitator. You know, you put so much care and effort to come up with that name, but the truth is that's not why people are hiring you. I know it's really counterintuitive, and we put so much effort because we want to stand out. We want to be different from other people. We want to differentiate ourselves and talk about how we're different. But the truth is, in order to connect with your ideal clients, you want to be relatable. So in a way, you kind of want to do the opposite. You want to share a story or an experience that everyone can relate to. Talk about everyday life experiences, because when you do that, it creates a sense of belonging and connection with you. And then when you connect that to your business, it makes it so much more meaningful and memorable to them. So I promise you, that story about how the other day you almost lost your cell phone and you were freaking out about it is going to land so much more powerfully than the story about how you learned how to harmonize people's chakras. That brings me to don't number 2. Don't talk about your process. I know how fascinating and stimulating it is to talk about and geek out on your methods, but that's actually can be a turnoff for your ideal clients. Because whether we like it or not, when we're on stage, people are judging us, right? And when we start talking about the tools and methods that we use, either they like it or they don't like it. They have experience with it or they don't, or they've heard things about it and they think it's good or bad or right or wrong. And any time that they might have a negative judgment or impression about the tools and method you use, automatically they've disqualified themselves. And you don't want that to happen, right? So instead, think about that painful, urgent, and expensive problem that your ideal clients are living with right now and give them that exit sign. Say, hey, everybody, this is the problem I solve, and this is the benefits and results that I can deliver. And when you do that as tangibly and clearly as possible, it's going to be that much more powerful. Third tip is don't waste your words. Plan, practice, and rehearse. Don't script it, but make sure your pitch is 100% filler-free, that you remove all the non-essential. So I know I've shared a lot, but in my deep dive VIP training, I go into the step-by-step process of exactly how to craft your pitch so that you can wow your audience in 30 seconds or less.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Geraldine, who is going to be talking about co-marketing. Let me spotlight you. All right, love. Here you go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This has been great so far. I'm learning a lot. So my talk today is going to be on how to basically build relationships with your LinkedIn contacts. So why should you be co-marketing? Because you want to monetize your social capital. And when I say monetize, I don't mean sell. I mean that your clients right now are sitting in your LinkedIn connections Rolodex, waiting for you to pop up in their feed, sharing something new, different, and exciting. And of course, they're not going to just let you pop in. You have to make it a win-win partnership. And that's what co-marketing does. It lets you basically create something new that leads people back to your project as well as the projects of the people that you are partnering with. So first of all, nose blind. You know how we get nose blind to the smells in our homes or whatever? People get nose blind to our posts. They see us all the time talking about stuff and they say, you know what? Been there, done that. Yes. I'll come back. I'll just save this post and then, I'll read it later. But new people, they get excited because we're new. We're different. Like today, I mean, oh my God, these talks are fabulous. If you guys would have popped up into my feed today, I would be reaching out to you saying hi. And the best part of it is that, you know, your connections, those people who are going after the same audience as you, they're doing something different. So you're not stepping on their toes, and you're like blending your business DNA, and you're building something new, and they are introducing you to their audience, and it gives you credibility, which is the best part of it. And it's fun. It really is fun. I mean, right now we probably have 10 or more messages in our DM. Someone is selling to us. But if you pop up into someone's DM saying, hey, you know what? I would love to partner with you on this summit, on this podcast, or whatever. That person will reach back out to you. We ignore so many messages. I mean, the selling is ridiculous every day. But to get a message from a contact that, you know, we really even had, we've never spoken, but it's an opportunity for us to get to know our contacts. And they have that audience, that fresh audience that we all need, new blood and mindset every day. When I wake up, I have to reset my brain. And it's exciting when I'm working on a project with someone, because, you know, we're tossing out all these great ideas, and the fact that they have my audience, they can see those missing gaps. And that's what co-marketing lets you do. It lets you find new ways to do things, to turn that podcast that's for that woman that's in her 50s who's starting her own business. And they're probably seeing something that you haven't seen. And they can say, you know what? That is a great idea. Yes, this podcast for women in their 50s, but how about changing this topic and bringing on this guest speaker or whatever? They have everyone that you need in their context. And it's, like I said, once again, it's fun, it's fresh. And the best part of it is, I mean, why spend your days trying to sell to one person at a time when you can reach out to 10 or more of your contacts each day to say, hey, let's figure out a way that we can write this great post, and let's educate our audience so that, you know what, they can learn about us in a way where we're not selling to each other. Like, we're both doing something. I'm giving a summit. You have this webinar coming up. Let's merge our topics in a way that's interesting. And maybe, you know what? These folks will reach out to us and say, hey, let's have a virtual cup of coffee, because you know what? I'd like to team up too. I have this great idea. And that's the beauty of co-marketing, is that your friends become my friends, and we find things that we could do together. Like this summit is fabulous. This is co-marketing at its finest. You reached out to your friends, they knew someone, and they invited them in. And that expanded your concept, and it makes it different from everyone else's summit out there on marketing. This is totally different. We should be doing it every day. It should be our lifestyle. And that's what I cover in my talk on basically how to find your clients in your own backyard on LinkedIn. They're in your connections, and they're just waiting, and they're tired like you of just getting that same message every day. Would you like to buy my service? Oh, I can book all these clients for you. Sure you can, but they're not my clients. You don't even know me. You didn't even look at my profile. Yes. I have a workbook that's tied to this talk today that you can use. It's a co-marketing journal, and it's a way for you to basically document who you're talking to, coming up with ideas and everything. It's fun, it's cool. And I want to say once again, thank you for this. This is fabulous. Like I said, this is co-marketing at its finest.
Thank you, Geraldine.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Malia, who's going to be talking about how to build a network of referral partners. So here we go. Spotlight for you. And my little timer.
Hey,
Oh, here it is.
everyone. So I'm going to use my 5 minutes to bust two common misconceptions. Okay, so the first common misconception has to do with building your business from scratch. So cold calling, door knocking, chasing leads, it really, really stinks. Would you agree? Would you all agree? But one of the misconceptions is that it is simply an essential part of building a business from scratch. However, I have discovered, I accidentally stumbled upon a process and a way to um, build business and gain clients without subjecting yourself to being punched in the gut every day with rejection. And that is building referral partners. So it's super effective because people are 4 times more likely to buy from you if you were referred. And also 92% of people actually trust referrals from someone they know. And so the whole idea is, instead of chasing prospects, prospects are actually hunting you down because someone they knew or someone they know convinced them that you hold the solution to their problem. And so what Geraldine was talking about makes sense. It's basically leveraging another influencer's audience who can actually spread your message to hundreds or thousands of people. So that's a much more effective way than going and trying to solicit one person at a time. And so what I did was over time, I retraced my steps to figure out what were the steps to building those referral partners. And then I had been teaching it to other people in my industry. And just a little background about my industry. It's one of the most competitive industries out there. There's only an 8% chance that people in my industry actually make it past their 3rd year. So I'm the insurance industry. And another example, I'm in the state of Idaho, and just in the state of Idaho alone, there's over 100,000 licensed agents just in my state. And I actually operate in like 40 different states. And I have people on a daily basis, other professionals from all over the country that send me business on a daily basis. And so that is the number one question people ask me, is how I was able to build that. So my point is that by building referral partners, it is like a really easy way to stand out if you're in a competitive market. And so it brings me to my second misconception. Okay. So after teaching my strategy to hundreds of people, I discovered that it's like it worked for some, but it didn't work for everybody. So I was trying to figure out what was that X factor. And I discovered that you could jump through all those steps, but if people don't like you, they're not gonna send you business. And so a key part is being magnetic, building that know, like, and trust factor. And so I spent the last 2 years studying magnetic people, the characteristics. And so a common misconception is that being charismatic is an innate trait, when in fact, my studies show that all of those traits that make you magnetic are things that you can slowly build over time and develop. And so most of the people that you meet today that are magnetic, I mean, surprisingly, a lot of them were once, unrefined. And so in my video, I'm going to share about the steps to building referral partners, and also the 9 traits that make you magnetic so that people will be drawn to you and they want to work with you and want to send business your way.
Love it. Thank you. All right. Next up is Suzanne Tregenza, who is going to be talking about podcasting. and how to use those podcast interviews to make more money in your business. So let's bring Suzanne on up into the spotlight. Where are you? There you are, right in my corner. All right. Yay, here you go.
I should definitely unmute myself. Hi, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here. And Elaine, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I wanted to highlight when we talk about podcasting, I'm not talking about having your own podcast in this conversation. I'm talking about using other people's podcasts as your interview marketing platform. You know, as entrepreneurs, we're all looking for the best ways to market our business. And I really think this is a way that a lot of people are overlooking or not taking enough advantage of. And so that's why I wanted to talk about it today. It used to be that if you wanted to be interviewed, you really had to spend a lot of time creating media connections. You know, it could take months or years to build those up. And today it's just so different because of the ubiquity of podcasts that are out there. And there's so many benefits to being on podcasts that it goes beyond the moment that you're on them. So I want to talk about those benefits today to really encourage you to consider spending a little more time on this marketing opportunity. So first of all, for the interviewee, it's free. The costs of a podcast are absorbed by the hosts and the sponsors. You don't have to pay anything. And not only that, the host provides you free promotion because it's literally their job as the podcast host to promote every episode of their podcast. So they're out there promoting you when you are on their show. And they make you sound amazing because they want everyone to think that their guests are amazing, right? So it's such a win for you as the interviewee. It also raises you up as a leader in your space because most of the people that are going to have you on their podcast are going to make sure you know what you're talking about before you come on, and they're going to have their built-in audience already. So essentially, they're taking you and saying, hey, audience, here's someone you should really listen to, right? So they do all the heavy lifting for you, and you get to walk in and showcase your expertise and your depth of knowledge. The listeners accept you as an expert just by the fact that you are on the show. Because why else trusted host have you on there, right? You need almost nothing to make podcast interviewing a thing for you, right? You need a headshot. I bet everyone on here has a headshot. And if you don't, I really encourage you to go have a professional headshot taken. You need a short bio, probably about 75 words. You need to be clear on your talking points and know that they are going to connect with the host who is, and with the audience, I should say, of the host who is hosting you. And you need a great lead magnet that's going to bring people who get to know you a little bit on this podcast into your sphere. Those are the 4 things you need. None of those are going to cost you a lot of money or be difficult for you to create. This is built-in content creation. You know, we were talking about social media. You guys have been talking about social media and platforms and all that stuff, right? I know for me, figuring out what the heck I'm going to put on social media is one of my most painful things on the daily, right? But part of the reason I started my own podcast was that it gave me consistent stuff to put out there, right? So when you are doing interviews regularly, guess what? You have built-in stuff to put out there. And you don't just promote it when the show comes out, the first, airs the first time, or drops, I should say. You can post it months later, years later. If the content in the interview is still valid, keep promoting it. Share it with your networking groups. Include it in your weekly emails. If you have nothing else to talk about the podcast that came out that you were on. It is great content creation for you. And finally, I want to make the point that it leads to additional opportunities. The more you get out there and speak, the more opportunities you will have to get out there and speak. So those are the points I wanted to share with you in my 5 minutes. My larger VIP thing will give you more in-depth information. Thank you again, Elaine, for having me.
Thank you. So good. So good. I'm going to share a little resource in the chat for podcasting that I recently accidentally. If you are into podcasting or have been on podcasts, there is a resource called Podchaser. It will show you you search your name, it'll show you every podcast you've been on, and you can claim your channel and all that. I didn't know it was there. I was so excited. I'm like, oh my God, everything all in one place. Yes, please. So we're going to move now into Barb, who is going to be talking about advertising on podcasts as a marketing activity. So Ms. Barb, please take it away.
Hey, everybody. I am so excited. I'm Barb V. I am the host of the Kid Factor podcast, internationally rated #1 podcast for kids and families and adults, business owners. And how would you think about this? How would you like to grab a portion of $1 billion industry? How about 2003, an industry that did $2.3 billion? How about last year, an industry that did had a 24.8% increase? This year, it's supposed to be a $4 billion industry. Mind-boggling, right? Well, how would you, if you know how to secure the right podcast partnerships for your business, that's what I'm all about. Because we know how our marketing goes. We know that we can get into the right marketing. We can get into the wrong marketing. And one of the real things that most people don't know and understand, and Dr. Denise talked about the numbers. Know your numbers. Well, here's some numbers that are going to blow you away. Who was it? Katrina asked about and shared with us, do you know your numbers? Can you do a speech? Can you get on stage? And how much have you made from that? One speech can go all so far. But think about this. You can share the same one speech on over 177 million or over 7 million podcasts. Hello. When you have that many opportunities, some of the things that you want to know is your numbers. And think about this, 54, because we just heard about aligning yourself with brands. And when you align yourself with a brand, 54% of podcast consumers say that they are more likely to consider brands that they hear advertised on those podcasts. You have a highly engaged audience. Your target niche is reaching your audience. How many of you work with women? Did you know that 56% of women listen to podcasts? Did you know that 177 million Americans listen to a podcast, have already listened to a podcast? 109 million Americans listen to podcasts every week or every month, and 74 million listen to them on a weekly basis. Are you getting out there, and is your business being heard on a podcast on a weekly basis? The best and amazing part of podcasts and having your business on a podcast, it's evergreen. So think about that one time where Katrina mentioned get up on stage, and how much did you make from that one speech, that one event? Now multiply that. I've done a speaker event. I had 15 to 20 minutes, which is about the roughly 20 to maybe 30 minutes, depending on the podcast. You can get in and on have your business heard on that specific podcast. I did one speech, one talk. And when I got off stage, I had 305 people purchase my $4.99 product. That's $152,000 in that time. Now, if you turn that into a podcast advertisement and you're putting your business with the right words onto any podcast, how many times do you want to do that every week, every month, every year? And 3 years ago, I was heard on a podcast, but they just found the podcast this week and now they're on it. 3 years ago, you could have put an ad for your business and what you do and your services, and you can be on that. In our breakout room, I'm going to teach you and share with you some of the things that you want to know about being on a podcast, how to pick the right podcast partnership. I talk a little bit about my Dream 100. Can you imagine being on 100 podcasts in 1 year and those repeating evergreen? Come join us.
All right. I was talking and you can hear me. All right. Let me get the timer. All right, here we go. Next up, we have Heidi, who's going to be talking about the 3-step networking strategy. And most of us who are on this call are super into networking, obviously. So this is going to be a super great talk for all of us to learn how to do it better. So thank you, Heidi.
Right. Well, yeah, after hearing about all those podcasts, you can use networking to get on podcasts, by the way, everyone. Anyone here love using virtual networking for connecting with your ideal clients? Raise your hand, drop me in the chat, whatever. Yes, I think that's probably everybody here. Well, I'm going to share with you today my 3-step networking strategy that has been the shortcut for connecting with qualified leads, speaking gigs, and clients faster than posting content on social media. Because you get to meet and talk to people in real time, which builds trust and relationship so much faster. Now, I'll admit, when I first got into virtual networking events, I thought they were a waste of time. And maybe that's some of you guys here. You probably find it annoying. People ramble on about themselves, going over time, ignoring that you didn't get to speak. They only turn on their cameras when it's their turn to talk. The coffee chats. I'm going to tell you, I hated all the coffee chats because it was people who just wanted to sell me their offer and not build relationships, which is what networking is about. But then I ended up in a networking event that left me buzzing off the energy, off the vibe. I mean, it was actually the first time I even got offered a speaking gig from a networking event. And it was even the first time someone actually signed up for my lead magnet. They were there for not just themselves. But that was also the day when I realized my mistake. The problem is I wasn't strategically picking the right events. Instead, I was accepting any invite that came along, which is actually a blessing in disguise because it's what led to me creating the 3-step networking strategy that I'm sharing with you here today. And before I get too deep, let me give you a brief bit about me. I'm Heidi. I'm a social media marketing strategist and business coach who helps service providers and coaches create marketing that turns online connections into paying clients and collaborations simply by talking to people using content, networking, and live events. Now, tell me, have any of you signed clients, speaking gigs, or both from virtual networking? Raise your hand, let me know in the chat. Yes, probably a lot of us here, right? You're in our audience. For those of us, if you haven't done that and you aren't sure that virtual networking works, about half the room just raised their hand. So take inspiration from that because I can tell you that I regularly grow my email list, sign clients, get invited to podcasts, summits, and guest trainings from networking events, all by using my 3-step networking strategy. I've even been as the guest speaker at a networking event, only 11 people live. This was in July 2023. I assigned 5 clients from that event, made over 11,000 in sales, and booked 2 more speaking gigs, literally from that one event a year ago. Now, notice that did take a year So that's why step number 3 in my strategy is following up. So the 3-step strategy that I use to use it, step number 1 is I choose the right networking events. You've got to be in the right place at the right time. And then I practice my elevator pitch, and I come prepared with a goal to connect, have more conversations, and to be memorable. And then finally, step number 3, I have that follow-up plan that includes DM messages and is strongly minded to continue building the relationship. Now, as you may have guessed from seeing that I attended that first event a little over a year ago, the follow-up is what made all that magic happen. I made the connection first, showing up like a badass, follow-up, and they became the paying clients. Now, of course, this is only the highlights of my 3-step marketing strategy. I've only got 5 minutes here, so if you're a VIP member, though, I put the full strategy in the vault along with some kick-ass prizes. If you don't already have it, make sure you get your ticket. And by the way, I haven't done a coffee chat in years. I hated them so bad, I say no to all of them. The only thing I do now is collaboration calls. Talk about a freaking game changer, because it sets a whole different vibe and purpose for the call. No pitches, only purpose is to collaborate and see where the magic is to make together. It's helped me build kick-ass relationships with amazing peers, and everyone shows up relaxed because they know no one is going to be pitching them. So who here is going to start doing collaboration calls instead of coffee chats after this? Yes, right. Raise your hands. Awesome. Well, I love telling you about that. Thank you all for your time. And I'm going to drop into the comments my links.
Yes. I changed my networking calls to collaboration chats after Heidi was on our last summit. Love it. It feels so much better. So I encourage you all to make that adjustment in your calendar, is call it a collaboration chat. So next up is Sharon Ringer, who is going to be talking about how to leverage print media to get clients, because she has a magazine, y'all. She has a magazine, y'all. So, all right, Miss Sharon, take it away, my love.
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here. Elaine, thank you again. This was awesome. I'm even reconnecting with a lot of people. But anyway, just introduce myself a little bit. I'm Sharon Ringer, and I am the founder of I'm Possible Women's Apartment Collaborative, as well as the Possible Woman magazine. And a little side story on why the magazine came into play was, so I run masterminds myself. And one of the common threads that I was learning was that women were still looking for ways to gain visibility, get exposure. How do I get out there? How do I set myself up as an expert, while we were still trying to figure out how to do all the other things that all of you have been talking about? And I wanted to have a magazine for a retreat I was having, and decided to just throw this magazine together just for that, in the midst of having COVID, mind you. Long story short, it was the very thing that sustained me in my business, because my husband, during COVID, we both had COVID together, found out he had stage 3 lung cancer. So I had to set my other business aside and do the magazine. And what I didn't realize was that the women they gravitated towards it so much so that it was mind blowing for me. Be careful telling God your plans, because he will laugh at you. Because what was supposed to be a one-time magazine turned into, we just published our 8th issue last Friday. So, and by the way, husband is in remission. We're all good there. But because I had to take that time off, I really had to think about what was important. And I forgot who mentioned it. It's in my notes, but I know I'm short on time, so I have to make sure I stay on track. Someone was saying about what the priority of what you really need to be focusing on. Family was it. And so the magazine helped me to do that. And it also helped me to be able to be that conduit and make an impact to help women in their businesses. So with that, I realized that there were so many different things that I could do, but I had to understand how it worked. And I started really throwing myself into, how do I leverage this magazine to help women? At which case, by the time we went from our first issue, our fifth and sixth issue was very special. It was our 1-year anniversary, and we celebrated that on New York Times Square. And I did not know what I did not know. And from that, that's how I learned how to leverage this so well. So in part of the presentation that's in the VIP that I'm offering is how to leverage and understand the whole process of print, because a lot of people say print is dead. It's not dead. It's just that it's not as prevalent as it used to be, but it's still very necessary. Even if it is just a write-up. So it's more than just about print. It's about getting written up or writing your own, writing your own articles and getting out there to be able to set yourself up as an expert. So that's one of the things that I talk about in the presentation. So with that being said, I know I talk relatively fast today, only because I'm hyped up on a lot of coffee. But that's what I have. But all of you, everything that all of you have shared has been amazing. And I can't wait to really just connect with all of you. And it won't be a coffee chat after talking to Heidi. It'll be a collaboration chat, because I do have a lot of projects going on that I'm looking to. That's my thing, is I love to help promote women in their businesses and help them get out there. And in the process, that's how I get out there. So again, thank you, Elaine, for this. This has been amazing. And I can't wait to just get to know all of you a lot better.
Yay. Miss Times Square.
Yes, yes. And we're going back again. We are going back in March. So I'm getting ready to launch that. It's going to be, but again, it's understanding and learning how to even leverage the PR, because I had a bad experience with PR. And so now I'm learning how to, get my own connections. I don't want to be necessarily an agency. I just want to be able to know how to do this so that I can make it more effective for not just everyone else, but for myself as well.
Yeah, love that. All right, everybody. We are now going into breakout rooms. So we have Katrina and Larissa talking about speaking, Malia and Geraldine talking about referrals and co-marketing, Barb and Suzanne talking about podcasts, and Heidi and Sharon talking about networking and print media. So I'm going to open up the rooms. If you need me to add you to a room for whatever reason, please let me know now, and I will make sure that you are added. Speakers, please make sure to record. Geraldine, for whatever reason, your settings do not allow me to give you recording access, so Malia will take over for that. Okay. And if you need support, just come off of mute, let me know, and I will put you where you want to go. Where, oh, where? There are so many good choices.
Hey, Elaine, how do I get to my breakout room?
I will add you to it right now.
Thanks, girl. I'm gonna head to the car.
Okay. Do you want me to put you in a room?
Nope, because I gotta get my stuff together. All right.
Okay.
See you in a bit. Bye. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this on, so don't worry about me. Okay.
That went so fast.
I know it does go by so fast. All right. So, before we go on a break, we'll have a few minutes for sharing. So does anybody have any takeaways, ahas, something that you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to implement this into my business? Go ahead, Suzanne.
2 words, collaboration call. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Call. Absolutely. Who else? Don't be shy.
Yeah, was with Larissa and Katrina, and one of the very last things that was said was kind of define those essential principles and concepts that can really apply to wide varieties of audiences and hone those in so you get more opportunities across industries, I guess.
Dr. Denise?
Yes, I was with Heidi and Sharon, and I love the advice that you don't have to say yes to every potential collaboration. And we talked about how to recognize where it's not a good fit and how to politely say, this is not a good fit. Move on.
Love that. Laura?
So I just want to shout out again to Suzanne and to Barb. As somebody who has a podcast that has been growing and growing over the last year and a half, I appreciate the things that they're saying, and it's allowed me to start looking at ways that I can do my podcast, do new things with my podcast, as well as do more guesting. Like when I started my podcast, I really kind of let guesting move to the side. But just some really interesting bubbling up. So loved both of your parts.
Heidi?
Well, that's it. Obviously, I'm with Sharon, but I just wanted to remind everybody because I think we all are in the digital world, and just hearing Sharon and then being in the room with her too was the reminder that traditional print, PR, things like that, getting out in the world still works. It still works today. So just wanted to give her that shout out on that one, and just that reminder for all of us, because I know I forget sometimes too, because I'm so locked in online.
Katrina?
I'll just send a reminder too that if you do want to start speaking or you're already speaking, please make sure you have a very visible speaker page on your website. So many people don't even have a page. We don't know you're speaking. We don't know how to book you. We don't know what your talks are. You need to have a page on your website. You got to use your website as the hub of your business where everything comes in and through your website.
That was a great reminder, Katrina, because I just realized, oh shit, I do not have that.
Just go to mine and model after it. If you don't have all those videos yet, it's okay. Just put what you do have and go from there.
Yep. Love that. Love that. One of the things that I started doing after when I changed my collaboration chat is I put in a workflow. If you and I have connected one-on-one, you probably got an email from me the day after that said, thanks for connecting, and here's my networking one sheet. And I get so many email replies from that going, that is amazing. I need to make one of those for myself. And it's literally like a one sheet of who to listen for, keywords, here's all of my social links, how to connect us together, things like that. And that has been, it was part of that mind shift of going from networking call to collaboration chat. Because if it is a true collaboration chat, then, and I'm like, you send me yours too. Like I'm telling them in that email, if you have one, send it to me so that I can be a good listener for you and send you appropriate referrals and things like that. So, Rebecca.
Hi there. So I was in the room with Katrina and Larissa, and one of the things I learned was I thought they had a great idea with when you send out your information, it's going to be asked for it in different ways. So some people may have forms, but if you're doing something in print, you want to make sure that you have something really great looking. So I love the idea of customizing the information that you're sending based on where you're sending it.
Love that. Heidi.
Yeah, hearing Katrina on the speaker sheet on your thing, it reminded me of something I've done on my speaker sheet that has just exploded my acceptance rate. And my husband actually did this when he was creating it for me. So I have on Spotify, I've created a playlist of all the podcasts I've been on. And he put a beautiful little link on my speaker sheet to that list. Oh my God, I can tell you, I get accepted at almost everywhere I drop my speaker sheet since he's done that. So
very cool. Love that. Anyone else have a share? All right. Well, guess what, y'all?
Elaine, my biggest
Yes.
share is Elaine. My biggest
Yes.
share is now I'm upset.
Why are you upset?
Because I had to be in a room and I couldn't hear that part about the speaker sheet.
Well, guess what? It was recorded.
Yes!
It'll be in the replay, right? We'll put it up in the vault for all of our
Yes.
VIPs, right?
Okay, I'm happy again. I'm
yeah.
good.
Yeah. Guess what else I'll do? I will drop the template that I created for the networking one sheet in the community for you guys. Okay. So
I love you even more now.
take the template and make it your own, put in all the things. Okay. So with that being said, we're going to take a bio break. All right. So we will be back in 10 minutes. And so hydrate, use the restroom, get a snack, whatever it is, like take this moment to just get up and walk around so we don't get ankles. And if you know, you know. Okay. If you know, you know. All right. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Okay. Hope everybody is having a super good break. You want to come back, you can come back and hang out with us. I had a banana, got myself some new hot tea, got my water, already, chips, love the chips. Michelle is back, she's eating some snacks, good. Self-care. All right, we're gonna get this party. Ooh, Katrina's got grapes. All right, so we are going to move into the next element of our summit. Make sure that I hit record. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to be doing a 15-minute talk around the systems and tools you need to accomplish your marketing goals. So I am going to spotlight myself and put my timer on because you know I can jabber, I can jab, I can talk. Let me get my timer out. And then our next breakout is going to be right after this. We'll be creating exceptional customer journeys and mastering the customer experience. So 15 minutes. All right, here we go. So let's talk about all of this is really a lot to keep up with. And I'm sure that many of you have a fear of technology. And what if I told you, though, that technology does not have to be scary, that technology can be your friend? And one of the things that I've kind of learned is there's amazing tools out there that can help us. And there's also amazing tools out there that can hinder us and make it more difficult than it really needs to be. So when we talk about marketing strategies and technology, how do we intersect those together? How can we use technology and systems and tools and all of that stuff to help us accomplish our marketing? Remember, marketing is more than just posting on Facebook. That is, right? It is more than just posting on social media. Marketing is so much more than that. So I want to make sure that we all understand what marketing is and how to use it and how to use technology to help us accomplish the things that we're trying to accomplish. So our marketing plan is basically like, think about it as a campaign. Setting an intention, what are you trying to accomplish? And then what do you need in order to put that plan into motion? So you're going to want to promote, you're going to want to analyze, and you're going to want to measure the results of your marketing campaigns. So one of the things that I did for myself, for my business this year, was I implemented the 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 method. And I did this because I knew it was going to be difficult and because I could talk about all the things and confuse my audience even more. Because the more things that I want to talk about, the more people get distracted by what my main goal is. So the 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 method is 1 offer, 1 funnel, 1 year. What is the other one? Offer. I'm trying to even remember what it is. I saw this idea off of TikTok and I was like, I'm going to do that for myself. So basically, I decided for myself that I was only going to talk about business makeovers and what is included in all of that. So I made a list of everything that is involved in the business makeover. And so that kind of became this big challenge for me because I was like, but I want to talk about all the things. I want to talk about the facelift. I want to talk about my CRM. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about that. And so having one thing like an umbrella and saying, these are the things that are included in the business makeover. CRM is included in the business makeover. So I can still talk about that, but it's all leads back to the 1 offer. and having one, and it's so hard for me, which is why I knew that I needed to do it. Okay. And so let's talk about, I'm going to talk about another example of kind of like a campaign. Could be, I'm going to talk about Polka Dot Powerhouse, because a lot of us know about Polka Dot Powerhouse. We're in Polka Dot Powerhouse. We know what the jive is, right? So if you think about the things that a marketing plan or strategy needs, you need a mission statement, right? So like, what is your purpose? Your overall focus. So the goals should align, like everything needs to be aligned with your values, with your core, with the things that are important to you. And I like to stick with like the power of three. We've talked about the power of three already today, and I believe the same for campaigns. So if you did like one campaign per quarter where you decide that what you're going to focus on, it's about being intentional. That's really what it is. It's about being intentional. So having a goal for each of your campaigns. So how will you measure that your campaign was successful? So Dr. Denise was talking about that, and that is something that you need to measure and check out your analytics. How are you going to do that? CRMs, any of the technology that you're using should have analytics. You should have access to look and see how many people opened up my email, how many people clicked on my email, how many people visited my funnel, how many people abandoned their cart. Those are things that are really important to help you measure, okay? And then also it's okay if you have like, remember we talked earlier about not all ideas are right now, right? Sandra was mentioning that, putting it in the parking lot. I like to also think about future campaigns. So thinking something I might want to do in the future. The other thing that every campaign needs is a budget. You must have a spending plan for your marketing, because the reality is that marketing costs money. So let's plan on spending money in our marketing. Whether you're going to run an ad, whether you're going to, whether it's on Facebook or Google or TikTok or Pinterest or Instagram or whatever it is, plan for that. So investing in marketing your business, whether that's print, whether that's on a podcast, whatever it is, plan for that in your budget, in your spending plan, okay? So the next thing I like to move into is the 4 Ps and the 3 Cs. People, product, price, and place are the 4 Ps. People, product, price, and place. And then the 3 Cs are content, conversations, and consultations that close. So tomorrow, Chris Kenny is going to be talking about those sales conversations in order to get the clients. Okay. So when you are thinking about your marketing plan, then I want you to ask about what type of content are you going to create for all of that, whether it's written, video, photo, audio. What kind of content are you going to create? What marketing materials do you need? So videos, graphics, photos of products, brochures, blogs, any of that. And then asking yourself, how often can you actually do consultations? What is your bandwidth? Because you can't do it all day long. And if you are going to be putting out a massive campaign, I might recommend that maybe you hire someone to help funnel them in to have that initial conversation. And then if they're a good fit, move them into actually talking to you, especially if it's a high ticket item, okay? So let's talk about the technology and the workflows and the tools that you might need in order to implement all of this. So I am an agency for Go High Level, okay? That I've been using it now for over 2 years, and it's kind of this all-in-one platform, okay? But I'm also a proponent of using what you already have, okay? So what you might need to execute a marketing plan is a CRM. So think of a CRM as your database. Where do your customers live? Okay. The next thing you might need is email. Email is not dead. People still make sales off of emails. For this summit, I put a product in an email that said, hey, you could still upgrade to the VIP, and people purchased from that email. So email is not dead. And I was able to see that because of the analytics. Okay. Blogging. Do you need a blog? Is it important for your business to have SEO and being able to share content and ideas and everything like that? What about social media schedulers? Do you need one of those? Do you want to be able to make one post and have it go out to multiple places? That is not a requirement. I will tell you in my own personal journey, I don't schedule a whole lot of content. I used to, and then I decided that it didn't feel authentic to me. I felt like I was always sell. I didn't like that. So I want to be able to be authentic, and just whatever is popping in my mind that morning, I might make a post about it. I might make a video about the same thing and then sharing it on the places that I hang out. So you have to decide for yourself if you need a social media scheduler. Okay. The next thing that I recommend is to define and write out what is your process from start to finish. And George and I are actually going to be talking a lot about that in the next panel, the customer journey from start to finish, mapping it out, writing it down, because when it comes time to go and build all of your fancy workflows and automations and all of the things, if you don't have a plan, you're literally in a forest without a map and a flashlight. Like, you need to know where you're going. So in the PDF area of the vault, I have a worksheet in there. We'll be talking more about that as well. But I'm giving you the stages and phases that I use for my own business. Okay. So can your technology connect to your marketing channels? That is important to me. So I do have that ability in my CRM in order to do that. Yours doesn't have to, but just know that it is possible to connect that all together. So we talked earlier today about where your customers hang out. Okay. One of the things that I really want you to consider when you are being on social media is, what is the purpose of your channel? What is the intention? We talked about educate, inspire, entertain. What do you want? That's part of your brand. What do you want people to say about your channel? If all you're doing on social media is just sharing other people's content all the time, guess what happens? You're not really being shown a lot in the algorithm. There are people that I'm Facebook friends with that I never see any of their stuff. And if I go to their Facebook page, for example, I'm like, wow, I don't see any of this, because all they're doing is sharing other people's content over and over and over again. And the other thing I think is really important as we're talking about social media is it easy for me to click in your Facebook profile, your LinkedIn profile, your Instagram profile, and find where you live and how to connect with you? Because if I have a referral for you, I'm going to go to your Facebook first. That's where I'm going to go first. And I'm going to see, do you have your links there? Do you have an explanation of what you do? Is it easy for me to connect with you? If I have to go hunting for your information, you're making it more difficult for me to do business with you and send referrals to you. So some of the things that I like to help people with is I will look at their Facebook profile, for example, their personal profile. That banner image, if you don't have a description or a caption, untapped real estate. Your profile photo, if you don't have a description, a caption there, untapped real estate. You can use those to tell people what you do and where to go to find you. And all of that, those links and everything should lead to your website and your CRM. So your CRM should be connected to your website, so that if they put in a contact form, that it's going to more than just a Google spreadsheet. Like, this needs to go into a database, because from there you can trigger certain automations and workflows. If someone schedules an appointment on your calendar, should send them into some sort of workflow, some sort of automation that you don't have to automatically send them, oh, by the way, here's a Zoom link for our meeting. I used to do that. I used to have to go find people and send them the Zoom link because I was too cheap to pay for the upgraded version of youcanbook.me. It was $10 a month. What was my issue? Right? So looking at the things that I was doing was I counted one time, I had 13 different tools and softwares that I was using to run my business. And I joke and I say it, but I was a hot mess express. I'm not even going to lie. Trying to remember all the usernames and passwords for all of that, trying to make everything connect. I would use the free version of everything. And then once I ran out of whatever limits that gave me, I'd go to another one. Do you know how hard it is to keep up with all of that? Please don't be like me. Please do not do what I did. Be a big girl, be a big boy, pull up your pants and invest in your business. It will help you grow and scale quicker and faster because you will be able to take those repetitive tasks off of your plate. And if you are using Go High Level already, I have been deemed the goddess of GHL. I can help you if you get stuck, okay? Okay, so that is my time for my talk. And then we are gonna go into now, I'm gonna unspotlight myself and we are gonna start the next round of our panels. Let me get that out. So, Rebecca, where are you, Miss Rebecca? There you are, thank you. All right. So Rebecca is going to be talking to us today about creating your impact ladder. Thank you, Miss Rebecca.
Thank you for having me. Oh, you got the timer going. Thank you. Hello, everybody. By a show of hands, how many people have ever created a lead magnet and they got a ton of people to opt in, but then those people never went anywhere else? They never bought another product. Yeah, it's happened to me. Don't worry. It happens to a lot of businesses when they're first starting out. So I was fortunate to work at the Brave Thinking Institute with Mary Morrissey and really got to see how an 8-figure business builds funnels. And I've been able to convert that information to businesses that are just starting out or in the first few years and they're struggling to make that connection. And when we're building out our funnels and when we're trying to attract new people to us, there's a few things that we want to remember. And Elaine, you just said a lot of these things, so I'm going to reiterate. Elaine and I really think on the same wavelength there. We need to help people and make it easy to buy from us. It's so important. I mean, have you ever, like I have recently, I don't remember what the product was, and that's going to tell you how much I am paying attention to them now. But I recently had an experience where there was an opportunity to buy something and I wanted it. I really did. And it didn't work. The link didn't work. And then I went to their site and it wasn't there. And it was very difficult to buy from them. We don't want that to happen to you. So one of the things that I love to show my coaches, I work with coaches to help them to really, coaches and wellness businesses, to really connect with their clients and future clients in a new way. So when we're looking at building a lead magnet, I know a lot of times like we're building the plane as we're flying when we're as being business owners, like I'm there all the time. But before we go and start building, I would love for you to explore like how are people going to get from that lead magnet all the way up to your highest level of impact. So I like to show my coaches what I call an impact ladder. So if you think about all of the programs that you offer, all the ways that you can support your clients and put them onto a ladder, and we want to bring them up each level. So when I worked at the Brave Thinking Institute, one of the things that I learned there was how to add emotion into those different stages so that you're making an emotional connection with them through emails, through text messages, through videos. It's a very powerful tool. because we all buy based on emotion, whether we want to say it or not. Yeah, sometimes the logical side will come in and affirm what we're about to do, but we buy based on emotions. So when we are putting ourselves out there, we really want to make that connection. And it is so important that we're authentic in that connection. We want to be our best selves, our authentic selves, because that's really, how people are going to work with us. When they see your videos out in the world or they see your content out there and they connect with you, if they go then to say your lead magnet and it's a completely different experience because you didn't put yourself into that funnel, it's a big disconnect. And it's like, oh, is this the same person? You don't want to feel like somebody's pulling a fast one on you. That's not good business right there. So as you're planning that out, I would love for you to really explore what that path looks like from your lead magnet all the way up to the top. And so let's say you had a lead magnet around finding your purpose, but you're a trauma coach. And then your next thing that you give them is about trauma. There's a disconnect there. So if you come to the breakout session, we're going to show you how to make that connection from your lead magnet to the top and make it seamless and make it feel intentional. It will be intentional. And we'll also show you how to add that emotion in so that every piece that you're putting out there has a purpose. It has a goal, a trackable goal. Just like Elaine said, we want to track everything. I'm such a data nerd. So we want a trackable goal in there, and we want to make it so that they feel like it was written or built just for them. And I can't wait to show you how to do it. That's it. Oh, Elaine, you're muted.
Sorry, you think you push the button and then you really don't push the button. Okay, next up is going to be Ashley, who's going to be talking about nailing your client experience and interaction. So there is Ashley. Let me spotlight you. All right, you got 5 minutes to go, girl.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley. I am a business and mindset coach. I actually, excitingly, am 10 years into my first business and 4 years into coaching. My 10-year anniversary is tomorrow. So I'm really excited about that. But I am coming on here to talk about your client interaction and client experience. I honestly think it's probably arguably the most important thing in your business. I think every client should feel like they're taken care of regardless of what service they're getting, even those freebies, because your client experience and client journey starts well before you even talk to them. If you're, say, on Instagram more, it starts at those stories that you post. If you're on your email list and that's kind of where you start, then that's where you start. But you start before you even start talking to them. So your client should feel like they're taken care of throughout the whole step of the journey. So kind of like Rebecca was saying, with the impact ladder, I do something similar with my clients, except I don't really have a name for it. It's just a client journey. And so you take a minute and look at from the start, whether it is that email list, whether it's a landing page, whether it's a funnel or Instagram stories, whatever it is, look at how you're going to go through that journey with your clients from the back end. So you really need to nail everything that you do with your clients throughout the whole time that they're there with you, from that start to, say, the end, if you do have an end part to your journey with your clients, or how is that going to continue going forward? If it's one of those things that your client goes, okay, well, I need you for a little bit, I'm good for probably 6 months, then I need you again, then how does that look? Because not only does that help you in your own area, knowing what you need to do for each client, when you need to do it, but it also helps for when you want to delegate and when you want to outsource, because then you can sit there and present to the person that you're outsourcing to, hey, this is exactly what I do. If you're getting an assistant, if you're getting someone to create a CRM, all of that stuff, you have everything laid out so that you can just present it to them and they know exactly what they need to do and when they need to do it. I also just love like making sure you reach out in between each step of what you do with your clients when you have that all written out. I also like personalizing every single aspect. So obviously you have what you do in that client journey, but making sure that it's personalized. So for a lot of my clients, I ask them how they like to be communicated with, if that's text, email, all that stuff. It can make it a little confusing, obviously, because you don't have it all in one spot. But usually with my long-term clients, I'm like, hey, text me if that's better for you. I'm trying to think of what else. I'm like looking at my notes here and I have so much to say, but I feel like since we only have so much time, I can't say it all. I also, one of the biggest compliments I get with every single one of my clients is that my interactions with my clients do not feel like it is transactional. It feels very personal, never feels like it's just business. And I think that every single thing should feel like that when you are talking to your clients. It should not feel like it's just business. And that's why I reach out every little step in between. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook. Unfortunately, my website is under construction and still under construction. I was hoping it'd be done. But that is where you can find me. I hope to connect with some of you, especially in the breakout rooms.
Awesome. Fantastical. All right. Next up, we have the amazing George. George is the only dude here, and we love George because he always delivers amazing bombs and has been part of when I was talking about the really great collaborations that I've seen happen from summits. George has been a great collaborator with a lot of our other speaker panels. So George is going to be talking about how to integrate the customer journey framework to convert new clients from social media. So George, I am going to spotlight you and start your 5-minute timer. You are up.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for letting me be in like the honorary girlfriend at the table. This happens in my life all the time. Let's just say 95% of my clients are females anyways. And so the only person who makes fun of me is my partner. And I'm just one of the girls. So I even have pink nails half the time and a pink mohawk. But Elaine, first off, thank you so much. As always, you're incredible and fantastical. I'm going to steal. I'll give you full credit, but I'm going to use that word all day. And I also kind of feel like the old entrepreneur at the table now. Ashley, congratulations on 10 years. It's weird to say I've been coaching people for like 22 years now and doing customer journey without realizing it for 2 decades and only starting to realize what it was about a decade ago. But I shared a training with you guys and hopefully everybody got to watch it because I like to be really honest with people. I have scaled 2 companies to $1 billion. I've scaled over 100 up into 8 and 9 figures. And what I shared with you are the exact things that I still use today because I really need to repeat a few things that I heard from both Ashley and Rebecca because they nailed it. They absolutely nailed it. And the first thing to understand is my philosophy in business is our job isn't to find our ideal customer, it's to create them. And the only way to create them is to be your authentic version and help people make progress because there is no finish line with customer journeys. We're really scaling the unscalable and we're building monogamous relationships at scale. We're allowing people to have that personal connection, that personal touch, but also to give them agency to feel empowered to take this journey. And so Ashley and Rebecca nailed it. If I had to say go, like go listen to them because they're just crushing over there. But when we really start to understand this and to give Ashley full credit for what she said, Maya Angelou is the best person to help you remember this one. No one remembers what you said. They always remember how you made them feel. And the context of your entire relationship with everyone in your business starts from the first interaction that they have with you. And what Rebecca spoke about is that the consistency and congruency of that journey throughout the entire process is what allows them to feel safe because everything is an emotional based decision. And people don't make emotional based decisions based on logic. They make it based on belief, what you believe, what you stand for, why you stand for it. And so to give both those ladies credit, I'm over here like pumping the roof. I'm like, keep going, preach, big team effort. Let's all keep doing it. But I also want to remind everybody that a trap of entrepreneurship, because I've spent most of my life helping rich people get richer. And now I really am turned off by that whole bucket. So I give away everything for free to help the people that make a difference, which is us, the people that are in the weeds, helping people get there. But customer journeys are about progress, not perfection. And it's about helping people move one step closer to a goal, knowing that they're always going to come around another lap and another lap and another lap. And to nail what they both said, one of my easiest things that I say to people, especially my clients, and my 7 and 8 figure clients are normally the biggest pains in my booty. I'm going to be honest with you. My 5 and 6 figure clients, they're heavenly. They're like, I'll do whatever you say. I care about it. It's the ones that are like, I don't want to do this anymore. I've been doing this for so long. What, I got to be available to them? And I'm like, yeah, you know, the people who pay your bills, the ones that buy you those cars, like we got to love them a little bit more, right? We have to make sure that we care for them. But one of the easiest litmus tests with customer journeys is asking yourself this question. If I made you a customer and put you through your funnel, would you get the same results that you're expecting people to get? Would you feel safe? Would you feel seen? Would you feel like there is a path to follow to be able to achieve the goal? Because our job is to remember that our message is only as effective as the recipient's ability to hear it, understand it, and implement it without us. Or else we create codependency and strain in our business that actually leads us to going out of business because we start to resent the wrong things. And so to understand this, the most important thing to understand is that customer journeys don't have a finish line, just like our relationships don't. They require reinvention over and over and over, but to focus on principles and frameworks to help you be able to implement these things where it matters, knowing that the first touch point starts at somebody's interaction. Could be social media, could be when they hear you on a podcast, could be the first time somebody meets you at a coffee shop, and then eventually they end up listening to your podcast and sending you referrals. And so I'm going to give full credit to Ashley and Rebecca for what they said, and understand that all of this is the most critical part of your business and your journeys. And so the frameworks that we'll all share, they're tools, but they're recipes that you get to put your flavor in so that you can focus on what matters, which is building more of those relationships and doing it in a way that's authentic to you. And with 5 seconds to spare, Elaine, I'll pause it I'll drop it back to you.
Awesome. We've been saying, I'd like to thank the Academy when this music comes up.
It's really good Academy music. I'm in for that one.
It's so good. It's such good. I'd like to thank the Academy. Okay, so with that being said, the next talk is going to be me, and I'm going to be talking about the stages and phases of your customer experience. And so to kind of piggyback on what George was saying, like there is no end date to the customer journey. So let's talk about it. Let's break it down, because I'm a break it down kind of girl. So if you think about it, people that don't know you are cold. They're cold, they're ice. They don't know us. We don't know them. They may have just stumbled on us by accident. Some of you I have never met. You are cold. You were cold when you came in, but now you will likely be warm upon after this, because you're like, damn, this was awesome. And it builds the know, like, trust. Okay. Then you've got the warm. So cold to warm. What do you got to do to get them warm? That could be a conversation. It could be they come into your funnel through a lead magnet. Like Rebecca was talking about, they can come in from a multitude of ways. Networking can also make them warm, okay? And then hot, they are ready to buy. And a lot of times what happens, this is what I want to talk about. A lot of times what happens is they're hot, they make a purchase, and then they never hear from us again. And I'm like, absolutely not. That is when they need to be nurtured the most. After they have made a purchase, now the goal is whether they bought a lipstick or whether they bought your coaching program. I don't care what they buy. The journey does not end once they make a purchase. Okay, just like what George was saying. So when they make a purchase, I want you to think about onboarding. What does that look like? How do we introduce them to our community? How do we give them the deliverables that they are paying for? So if someone is signing up for your group program or your coaching program, or they buy a lipstick or whatever, what is that process from start to finish that they need to have? How do they like to receive communications? Not everybody likes email. Not everybody likes text. Not everybody wants DMs. Find out from them, how can I communicate with you to make this a positive experience for you? Then we deliver the goods. Are we done yet? No, we're not done yet. Okay. Then I want you to think about what happens after. So let's say that they just, they enrolled in your coaching program and they graduate. Then what? Are you done with them forever? Or is there an ascension program like the 102, the 201? Like what happens next? Because I did some ChatGPT. I said, ChatGPT, what is the cost of acquiring a new client versus retaining current clients? I love numbers, y'all. Here we go. Acquiring new clients is 5 to 25 times more expensive than retaining an existing one. 5 to 25 times more expensive. Okay. Retaining customers can increase your profit margins from 25 to 95%. Okay. So expensive, increasing profits. Which one do you want to be in? So as you are thinking about your offers, I always want you to be thinking about what happens after they're done, after they get their lipstick, after they graduate from your coaching program. What happens next? What happens next? That's all I really want you to think about. And I am just customer journeys get me all I'm all red because it gets me all fired up, you guys. I love talking about it. It's the thing. I wrote a book about it. I'm happy to send you a copy. I have a whole box full. I will send you a copy for free. Let me know in the chat that you want it. I will reach out and get your address and I will send you a copy of it because it's that important to me. Okay. So I'm going to stop my time so that we can go into breakout rooms and let's talk more about the customer experience because this is what I'm talking about. So you're going to have 2 breakout rooms to choose from. You're going to have Rebecca and Ashley, and then you're going to have me and George. So Rebecca and Ashley, you should have permissions to record. And so we're going to open up the rooms and we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes and we'll drop some bombs in the share. If you need me to add you to a room, please let me know. All right. Did you have a good time in your breakout room? What do you want to share with us? Give us all the goods. What did you learn? What were your takeaways? Share the bombs. Share the ahas. Who wants to go first? Don't be shy. Come on now. Don't be shy. All right, Laura, what you got?
Loved what George was sharing about giving away the first part of your program to be able to make more on the rest of it. I was sharing in the chat, that's one of the things that with my program, I'm sorry, the dog that I'm babysitting has decided to play with the squeaky toy right next to me right now. And I think you all can hear, like there's a clown next to me. Just imagine that.
Yeah.
So, right. It's one of the things I've had multiple people like, you need to charge for this call. This call was amazing. You have to charge. And I've considered it. And I'm like, no, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't, because just speaking to George's point, it's where the know, like, and trust is built. It's where they can see the value. Like if I give away this for free, imagine what happens when you start paying me. And that's the, that's where the good is. So loved that point, George. I think more and more people can do that.
Marangela, what would you like to share?
Exactly the same thing Laura said. Like I tend to give free information. I always do that, and many people have questioned me, why do you give it for free? I give it because I feel it's not right giving some basic information. They should be aware. We should share. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, there's so much more to learn. It's not nothing you learn overnight. So it's okay to share a little bit of information, and then you gain their trust, and they know that you can give some results. Then we can actually prove ourselves better. And yeah, I really love that point. And I know I'm doing things the right way. Thank you.
Oh, George got fireworks going on. All right. That's cool.
Thank you.
I love that because here's the thing though, is being able to like, people can go learn anything they want on YouTube, right? Yeah. That's the deal. What they're paying you for is almost like, let's link arms and I need support along the journey.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And that's what they're really paying you for, because I always tell people, you can DIY it. Absolutely. Are you going to though? Are you actually going to do the work that is required? Or do you need that accountability and that extra support and someone to bounce off of and say, I am struggling with this and I don't know what to do. And so having somebody that has been there, done that, got the t-shirt that is in your corner, has your back, that's literally what they're paying for. Right? So thank you for bringing that up. Dr. Denise.
I was in the room with Rebecca and Ashley, and they both were really great about talking about being intentional about building these personal connections, whether it's when you're on the phone with someone and talking about the weather, talking about your days, your lives, before you just jump right into the business, so that you have that foundation of a relationship there. Or whether it's in your sales funnel, having these touch points of not just the emails that go out, but also maybe scheduling in, here's where I'm going to reach out to the person by phone and see what's going on with them. Here's where I'm going to send them a text message and just check in with them. And that all of that is helping to build that rapport, which is going to make them want to stick around longer, and also just conveys that you care about that person.
Yeah. Love that. Sharon, real quick, what you got?
When you were talking about energy vampires and that it's okay to, fire people, but it's how you fire them, which is beautiful, which is like, you give them the out. Hey, if this isn't working, guess what? I'm okay if you want to cancel the contract. And you brought up such a valid point. And I say it all the time, not all money is good money. So I definitely loved how you framework that, gave the framework behind that, which was like, hey, I'm okay if you want to let you're giving them the permission and making it about them, not about you.
Yes. Yes, exactly. I don't want to, if it's not in alignment, let's just agree to separate. And I still love you. I still got you, but I'm not the right one for you. And maybe I have somebody that might be able to help them better that I could connect them with and say, you guys would work really well together. Because I never want to leave somebody high and dry. Like, I don't want to do that either. But I also am like, I'm not the one. And it's okay. So, All right, we're going to go into our next set of panels. This is going to be our last panel before our final keynote speaker, and this is going to be about magnetic marketing content creation. So we're going to start out with LinkedIn, creating content on LinkedIn with Miss Sue, who is the LinkedIn lady. So I am going to, where's my timer? Hold the phone, hold the phone, hold the phone, please. Let me get my timer up. It like hides in this little app thing, and then and then it has to load. All right. All right, Sue, take us away.
Okay, hi, I'm Sue Gresham. Like she said, I'm the LinkedIn lady. I have been working with clients, coaches, consultants, service providers for tomorrow. It will be 15 years, helping them with their LinkedIn, which is very exciting. So happy anniversary to, I can't remember who it was, but anyway, let's get going because I only have 5 minutes. LinkedIn it's one of those scary beasts that people think, oh my gosh, I can't be myself on LinkedIn. I have to be professional, right? Guess what? You are professional because you own your business, and but you're also you. And as I've heard from the previous speakers, we're talking about know, like, and trust here. And we're talking about establishing your value, and we're talking about that journey. And through that journey, your people are getting to know you. And again, they're getting to like you and trust you. And that's what your content on LinkedIn can be about. So if you think about and I kind of break it down into these different funnels, but if you think about it, there's the beginning of a relationship is where you're just starting to build it. And that's that getting to know you phase. And then you go into the nurture phase, and that's where the warm, okay, remember we talked about cold, warm, and hot. So now the nurture phase, that's the warm phase, right? That's the phase where people are getting to really want to learn more about you. And that's where they start to take the interest. And that's where they start to pay more attention to what it is that you're doing that's posting. And so as I work with my clients and we talk about this, we think about what phase are these people in and what do you want them to know? If you're in the know phase, well, then, you want to do some education about who you are, and you want to do some education about what it is that you do and how you serve them. When they're getting into that nurture phase, that's when you want to be delivering goods, like was said before. But here's where what's going to make or break your success, in my opinion, is this is where your personality is really going to have to show through. And believe it or not, showing your personality on LinkedIn is so easy. And right now, it seems to be really getting the best traction. That's a little hint. I posted a post about my office last week. That's got more likes and more comments and more stuff than when I talk about the 5 tips for creating a profile. All right. Because that profile information, yeah, that's out there and that's generic. But think about this. Think about whether you are educating or entertaining or inspiring your people. And if you go in as you're building your content and you're thinking about it and you're thinking about what you want to do, and you pick one of those, and then you pick who you're speaking to, then it makes it really easy to think about what your content can be. I'm in the process I'm going to have a challenge next week, and it's about content. And it's free, by the way. That's my only plug you're going to get. But if you want to know more, contact me. But here's what I was going to say about that. I'm creating all sorts of different kinds of content along the way, leading to that. I'm creating a little bit of how-to. I'm creating some more stuff about what I know about relationships. I'm creating a little bit more content that's showing my personality. And all of those are meant to lure the people that are, that I want to bring into this space. When I think about LinkedIn, the algorithm sucks. I'm just going to say that. This week it says one thing, next week it says another. So we're not going to build towards the algorithm. We're going to build to who's reading your content and when. And we're going to build to what shows your expertise and builds your authority. So it might be a short post one day. It might be a carousel post another day. Carousel is not the same as what it is on Instagram. We can talk about that another time. Native video. Why not talk about who you are and who you serve, or have it behind the scenes? There are so many amazing, easy to do things that you can do on LinkedIn that are extremely not only successful, but they're very much allowed. They're very much thought of as being normal because LinkedIn isn't a scary place. It's the place where you be yourself, you grow your business, and you entertain, and you inspire, and you educate. So that's all I had to say. My name is Sue Gresham. I'm the LinkedIn lady. And if you want more information, I've got that video. And for the VIP people, there's a freebie. Go sign up for it for creating content on LinkedIn.
I'd like to thank the Academy. Okay. All right. Next up, we have learning how to create an ebook with Miragula, who, by the way, it is like 11 a.m. or what time is it? Or super late, 11 p.m.
12:30
Yeah.
in the
She's
morning
in
at night.
India, you guys. So she give her
Yeah.
some for staying up late for us. We appreciate you. All right. You
Hello.
are ready to go.
Okay, hi everyone. Like you all know, I'm from Mridula. I'm from India. And what I'm talking about is creating an ebook. Like we have just spoken about lead magnets and providing value. And the concept I'm focusing on is just exactly what George spoke about, giving value, giving something for free. Instead of, we can use ChatGPT to create ebooks, but then I recommend creating a customized ebook based on your target audience pain points. There are lots of reasons for this because we know that the money is in the list. You have email, you need an email list, you need to keep nurturing an audience, but the thing is you need to get people onto your list. And the best way to get that audience onto your list is through your lead magnet and an ebook. The customized ebook, which has the proper wording to the right title, which actually reaches out to the exact pain points, the exact solutions you can provide, brings you quality leads. They are the people who are most likely to want to work with you because you have hit the right spot. You've hit what they are going through. They know that you understand them. And so they're very likely to pick up an ebook. And then you know that in your email list, you just have to nurture them pretty well, and you can pretty soon convert them. That's one of the reasons I recommend using a customized ebook. And the second reason is that, of course, you can use it wherever you want. In the various channels, you can use it. You can just have it on Quora, not only Facebook, LinkedIn. Quora is a beautiful place to get your traffic. If you know how to use the lead magnets properly, you know where to use them, where to place them, you can generate lots of traffic with the right people. And as long as they keep nurturing them, you can get clients in the end. And another point another reason for creating customized ebooks is that you can actually add links to it, your own links. It doesn't matter, it can be your other programs or your referrals or even affiliate programs, affiliate products. It's your ebook anyway. You can add whatever you want to it, and it's a multiple conversion in a single book. So if you think of the potential of an ebook, just not a single ebook, the book that really speaks to your audience, you're providing value, is the first step of your value ladder. They get to know what you can offer. They get to understand you, relate with you, and they feel the immediate bonding because you understand the pains. And last and foremost, with an ebook, you can always get the customer testimonials because you have actually helped them overcome one of their problems. They already have got some trust in you, and they would definitely give a good testimonial, and they're very likely to refer you to someone else, and of course, get into your coaching program. And ebooks are easy to create. You can do them using ChatGPT, Canva. And of course, if you don't know how to use them, I used to do that. I create them. I'm a writer. I've been a content writer for 23 years, copywriting in the past 8 years, and I love writing about multiple niches. I understand the pain points of various. I'm not a person who always niched on a single topic. I've written for multiple niches, and that's my added bonus. So keeping all that in consideration, I love writing, and any book is a treasure mine if you know how to use it properly, if you know how to create one well. That's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, next up, we have Claire, who's going to be talking about the 5 steps for Google to love your website. I know there's always oh God, what is the SEO? What do I got to do? Oh my God, there's so many things. What do I have to do? So she's going to give us all of the nuggets that we need. Let me I don't know why the timer went away. I don't know why it did that to me. Okay, here we go. All right, Claire, take it away.
SEO, aka
search engine optimization is improving your website so that search engines will show your website in search results. People use search engines billions of times a day, and your client is out there directly searching for what you offer. They're asking Google questions that you have the answer to. My name is Claire Lauer, and I am your honest and caring one-on-one SEO expert. So, optimizing for search engines like Google is optimizing for your dream clients. Guys, if Google can't tell what your page is about, your dream clients probably can't either. Not optimizing your website could be losing you clients. I know that's harsh, but that's why I got you, okay? That's why I did my training. Please watch it. It's got my full 5 steps to help Google love your website. It's really broken down. If you're not tech savvy, you'll still be able to do a lot of the things I talk about in the training. However, for this time frame, my best SEO advice in a nutshell, create quality content like blog posts, what I'm talking about, and service pages that answers your dream clients' questions. And Google will want to show it in search results. And when you're creating content, write to that one person, write to your dream client. In the last panel I was in, they had us picture your dream client, write to that person. You can optimize it with your target keyword, and for SEO, second. That's what I always say, write to your dream client. You can optimize it later. So try and look, I know with SEO people, it's always scary, but try to look at the page on your website, on your home page or your service page. Just start with maybe those 2 pages. Do a super simple audit and look, do Control F or whatever it is for you. Are you using your target keyword? I audit websites on a weekly basis, and you'd be surprised how many people, businesses come to me and say, I don't show up for my keyword. And I say, well, it's only on your website 1 time total. So, I use different tools, which I talk about in my training, how to do keyword research and how to actually, see how your site is performing now. But just do that. Control F or whatever, search. How many times is that keyword on there? Do you have enough copy, web copy? So many times too, I go to a homepage and it's beautiful, but there's not much copy, maybe like a few sentences or none. You got to make sure you have a couple of paragraphs of copy so that Google can read and analyze it. And also, again, for that dream client, it goes hand in hand. And when you're looking through your homepage and your service page, I'm just kind of focusing on those 2 pages. What questions can you answer in that copy? What things to come up with potential clients that you could maybe touch on the homepage, or pain points you could touch on the service page? And then you can go in and add and sprinkle in your target keyword. Is it easy to navigate your website? Are the next steps clear? Because user experience, also, you can see the acronym UX, that's user experience, is super important for SEO and your dream client. Funny how that's working out. So if your site is a little bit of a mess, maybe unclear, might be worth looking into optimizing your user experience. So check out my training if you haven't yet. That really dives into the full, it all goes back to quality content that Google wants to rank. I talk about keyword research, how to use those keywords, building out your content calendar with SEO blog topics, all that good stuff. But that is really in a nutshell. If you want to take something away from my little time right now, is that optimizing for Google is optimizing for your dream client. So I hope you can watch my training, and I will see you in the panel.
All right, thank you. All right. Next up, Tamira is going to be talking about converting leads via email marketing. All right, Miss Tamira. All right, girl, you got this.
Well, hello, everyone. So nice to be here with you today. One of the big things when it comes to email marketing is you first have to have your lead magnet nailed down. And one of the big things that I hear is people don't know how much information to give away without giving away the farm for free. Because one of the biggest things I see as far as mistakes that people are making is that their lead magnet is just something that they threw up because they were told that they need to have a lead magnet. Raise your hand in the chat if that was you, if that is you, right? If you are struggling to create lead magnets that actually convert, it's probably because you're just throwing up something for free because you were told that you need something free to generate leads, because leads make the job a lot easier. I see you nodding your head in agreement that having leads, people who actually want to talk to you, who actually are looking for what it is that you offer, it takes a lot of stress and anxiety out of our day. Because let's face it, most of you are here and you're in your business because you're really good at what you do, but you might not really be into the whole marketing and sales thing like I am. It just so happens to be that's what I love to do. Okay. So the question that really framed the training that I created for you today is about how much information should I give away without giving the farm for free. Okay. I walk you through a process that helps you understand what kind of lead magnet will hook your audience and make them want to download it, because you're not getting downloads right now, because I've seen some really weird, I'm not pointing anybody out and their specific lead magnet, but I've seen some really, really weird lead magnets. And the one that I despise the most is my newsletter. I made a meme on TikTok this past week about people saying that when I ask them about a lead magnet in discovery, they say, oh, you can opt in my newsletter on my website. That's not a lead magnet, okay? Your lead magnet is a strategy, okay? I need you to write that down. Your lead magnet needs to be a strategy. The purpose of that lead magnet is to help people get ready to do business with you. So is there a step that you need your client to create in order for them to be in the position to work with you? Okay. And I go into that and how I figure that out in the 10-minute training. Okay. There are some other questions that, I hear from other business owners all the time, right? They want to build something niche specific, but they're not sure what will resonate and how to even reach their target audience. Okay. And the kicker of it all is, how do you ask them what they need without sounding like you're guessing? You want to sound like an authority, right? So I give you some help with that. Okay. So in this training, I show you how to create lead magnets that will hit the sweet spot, grab attention, deliver value while keeping your bigger offer intact, because your lead magnet needs to be a strategy. It needs to be how to get them ready for you. And your offer then becomes the next logical step. And that's why your lead magnet is not converting, because it doesn't lead to the next logical step. It's just something that you created because you were told you're a good girl, you're a good student, right? Because most of us were A and B students and we're good girls. That's how we became business owners. And we were told we needed a lead magnet, so we checked that off the list. But we need to do more than just check it off the list. We need to have some strategy behind it. And so I put together a great training that's going to help you bridge the gap, give value without giving away the farm, hook them to download, choose the right lead magnet type, and reach your target audience, and how to ask your audience, because you don't have to just have one lead magnet. Typically for each product that you have, you really should have a separate lead magnet, because that lead magnet should help them get ready to do business with you and build that trust and credibility so that they're ready and willing to take the next logical step. And when you get in my training in the back office, don't forget to download the free worksheet that I gave you to fill out for the training to help you get started with your lead magnet strategy. Repeat after me: lead magnets are a strategy. It's not something we just do because we have to do it.
Thank you. All right. Next up. Oh goodness, where did you go? Here we go. Amy is going to be talking about the 5 steps to get camera ready. So we've been talking about video. Okay. Not to should on you, but video is where it's at, you guys. So Amy, take it away, my friend.
So yes, video is king. Have you heard that before? I'll say it again. Video is king. Definitely do those videos. You want to be out there creating videos for yourself and your products and be your authentic self. And the way that you do that is by knowing the 5 steps on how to be camera ready, to have the equipment that you want. So with that, I'm a video coach. I'm Amy Morazes. I created what's called the SMILE method. And what is behind the SMILE method tells you everything that you need to know or need to have to be able to be camera ready and to have your equipment ready for you. So the S in the SMILE method stands for a steady shot. Now that could be a small little tripod, a big tripod, or even just your laptop or your monitor with your little webcam on top. The next thing you need is an M, microphone. You need a microphone. You need an external microphone. I'm telling you this. Definitely you need it for your smartphone. You need it for your computer. You need it for your laptop. You need it. So go get it. That can be earbuds. It can be a big mic like this. It can be a small mic. It could be your kid's old Guitar Hero microphone hooked up into your computer. Use it. That's what you need. Next thing is eye. Eye is inch of headroom. Now, this is something that I learned back when I was in school. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. So you want to have an inch of headroom. Now, where that comes from is when I had the camera and I was doing the productions, the big camera, it says do a little inch of headroom. So I'm not talking about looking at your phone and going, oh my gosh, I need to put an inch. No, no, no. You just need to have some space. You don't want to be up like this. So they see you start talking like this. They don't want to see that, nor do they want to see you down, so this is all you see. You just see the eyes. So you want to have an inch of headroom. Lighting is so important because without lighting, your camera will be struggling. You have to have the lighting come in because your resolution is going to be crap if you don't. It's going to make your camera work harder, which is going to mean that it's going to have to try to grab all the light. Now you can I have light set up in front of me and behind me, but I have a window over here. So if for some reason something happens and those lights go down, I can just switch to another camera, which you probably don't have another camera, but I do. And I have the light coming in from the window. So you want to make sure that you have lighting on you. And I know there's so many questions like, how do you deal with the glasses? How do you deal with this and that? There's little tips and tricks you can do. But for most part, that's one of the things, you want to make sure you have the lighting. And then the last thing is the E. And for E, that's eyes. Eyes looking at the camera. Make sure you're looking at the camera. And if you have a problem looking at the camera or looking towards the camera, and because you don't want to be looking over here, you don't want to be looking over there, you want to be looking straight ahead so they know that they're talking to you. Use something like I have my little Rudolph. I'll put my Rudolph next to my camera and have it up there so I know where to look at. There's other things you could do. Have an arrow going right to the camera. Have a picture of your friend, someone you want to have a conversation with. So in my training, what I gave you, so you can go sign up for the SMILE method. You can go download that. But in my training, it's a little bit different. I have in there for you how to write a script and how not to read it. Biggest thing. You don't want to read a script. You just don't. You know it. You know what you want to say. You know everything that you want to say. Because if you don't know it, you're not teaching it. There's no reason to be talking about it because you don't know it. Now, the one thing you can do on my screen that you can't see, I have little Post-it notes. Okay, remember to say this. Remember to say this. Don't forget you want to do that kind of stuff. So just use bullet points. And then, yeah, you can glance down and then you can look back up and then there you are. So go look at my training, get the worksheet, download that, sign up for my freebie. You'll get the SMILE method and then connect with me if you have any other questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, we're going to go on to our final panelist. Our final panelist is Andrea, who's going to be talking about owning your weird on video. Be weird on video? What? What is that about? Andrea, tell us all about it.
All right. So way back in the deepest, darkest depths of 2020, during the first lockdown, I decided that we needed to get a pet for my son for his mental health. And my husband said, all right, but we're not getting another cat because our last cat, Nemo, was so stupid, he would pee on the floor while standing in the litter box. And if you've ever had a cat, you know, cat pee is really gross. So I found myself on Google searching, what is a sugar glider? Because I'm trying to figure out if that would be a good pet, when suddenly it dawned on me, all right, why would I get a pet that I know nothing about? I don't even know what kind of animal it is, when I grew up with a perfectly good pet that's not a cat, and that was pet rats. So my son and I went out, we got cage, we got the rats, and we got them settled for him. And I was on the call with my accountability buddy, and I was all excited talking about our rats. And she looked at me and she said, Andrea, do not talk about the rats in public. People will think you're weird. And in case you were wondering, Andrea, why is this crazy lady talking about rats at a marketing summit? Now we're getting to the point. So my business bestie had, like, if we were a cartoon, the bubble was still above her head saying, people will think you're weird. And her husband walked into the room and said, what are you talking about? I had rats when I was in university. And she's like, are you kidding me? We've been married all this time and I didn't know that. And anyway, so as you can imagine, as a marketing person and as somebody who is weird enough to have pet rats, I spoke about my rats on social media, in my email newsletter, and an amazing thing happened. People who have never commented on a single post of mine suddenly were commenting, telling me about the name of their pet gerbil when they were 7, or their pet rabbit when they were 12, or the turtle that they had when they were a teenager, or sharing pictures of their cat or their goat or whatever they have now. And that is the power of sharing the little thing that is a little bit weird about you, is other people who share that same quirk suddenly feel like you are a real person to them. You're the person behind the business. You're not just some anonymous business on the internet. Suddenly you're a person they can relate to. And it starts the conversation. And if you've ever been networking in real life, we all know, like, if you go to a chamber networking event, the person who runs around the room saying, hi, I'm this, and handing out business cards and only talking about their business, everybody runs away from them because they're creepy. People want to talk to human beings first. So we talk about our pets, we talk about our children, we talk about our vacation, and we have, you know, the humanness with people, and gives people a chance to get to know, like, and trust you, so that you can move on to having the marketing conversations, the business conversations. The other thing about this story, about me telling you about the rats I got for my son, they were actually for me, is if I'd come up here and just said, oh, you need to be weird and stand out and blah, blah, blah. First of all, you might have fallen asleep. But I guarantee you, when you, like, think back about this event, you're going to remember the lady talking about her pet rats, because telling stories is a way for you to stand out online. And in my training in the VIP portal, I talk about the importance of story as part of your branding. So, and that's really powerful. If you can take your weird, whatever that is, and stories, and combine it with your marketing, with your videos, even if you're doing a business training, rather than just going with stats and figures and details, but if you can tell a story that illustrates the thing you're trying to teach, or makes it relatable to your audience, they're going to remember it, they're going to learn it, they're going to be able to apply it, and it starts that conversation with you. And that's what all of the marketing we're doing is about, is starting the conversation, letting your ideal client see who you are, feel like they know you a little bit, and get them starting to talk with you. And that's all we can do with our marketing is start the conversation and then keep it going. So if you take one thing out of today, pick something that is your weird and share it.
Perfect. Love that. All right. What's weird about all of you? I'd love to know. Okay. We're going to go into our breakout rooms. Let me get the timer out because we don't need that anymore. And let me open up the breakout rooms. So we have 3. So you can go with Sue and Maragula to talk about LinkedIn and eBooks. Claire and Tamira will be talking about SEO and email. And Amy and Andrea will be talking about video. Okay, so choose your room. And if you need me to put you in a room, please let me know. I will add you to whatever room you need if you are on the struggle bus.
Where's the room?
Which room do you want to be in?
Where is it?
Sue, I'm just going to put you in your room.
But I can't find my room.
I'm just gonna do some balancing, sweetheart.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at the numbers.
Okay. Okay, it's our final summit share. Well, I should say before we have our keynote speaker. Katrina, what would you like to share?
I would like Tamira to share her little extension linky link tool thing that she just shared. Please.
All right, who else wants to share or has a question or anything like that? Sharon.
For it.
I love that she said create a separate blog for everything that you like, pretty much of the different things that you do. So like I have my 3 different business sides, and it's the one is on lockdown. The magazine has its own stuff, but I didn't think that I needed to create another one for me, the coach, and then for my membership community side. So that was brilliant. Like again, more nuggets to just. I'm a little overwhelmed though, I will say. Today is definitely, there's a lot of overwhelm, but that was really, really good. So yeah, I like that. And I also loved how Tamira talked about the extension on YouTube. I have that, and that has been game changer when I've done like my Monday motivational, because I used to share a lot of that. And then what I would do is have it summarize it, and then I would put my own spin on it to summarize it. But that's what would go out on the email blast, and everyone really liked it. So I forgot about that till I haven't used it in about 1.5 years because of, like I said, last year I had to take off because of my husband, but thank you for that reminder, Tamira. That was really great.
Awesome. Barb.
I didn't get a chance to ask Sue. Sue, can you tell us a little bit about how you can earn a badge on LinkedIn and how that makes you a go-to expert?
Okay, so what happens with the badges is that LinkedIn is going to send you questions and send you links to articles. Those are all AI generated articles, okay? And so like the topic could be video, all right? And so AI, it's a lot of AI information that's in there, and then you can fill in, a paragraph or 2 about what you do. If you do enough of those, then you get a badge. The thing about the badge is that it doesn't last forever. It only lasts for 30 days. Okay. The other thing about the badge is that it really doesn't mean that you are the expert that you are. Okay. It just means that you played the game. I hate to say this, but it means that you played the game in order to get yourself in front of people for 30 days. So, that badge, while people don't understand the behind the scenes of it, you're much better off creating your own content yourself, doing your own video things that you're doing, and your book things and all of that you're doing already, Barb, and sharing that on your post and on your feed and sending that out to your people, putting it on your featured. Doing those things is going to actually, it won't be a badge, but believe me, you're going to get better traction from it.
Laura.
Katrina and I have the same question about LinkedIn. And we dropped it in the chat. So this verified thing, get verified. It's really pushing strong. And then it's like click and then clear, and I get about 2 steps in and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm signing up for here, and I opt out of it. Is it important? Is it free? Right? Should we do it?
The reason for it is primarily, it's kind of like what Facebook has too, to show that you're really who you say you are. Okay, it is free. It is through Clear. You have to show your driver's license, and you take a picture of your driver's license, and it took me about 5 minutes. Okay, but it's really just a validation that you are who you say you are, because unfortunately, there are some crappy, icky, spammy, fake accounts out on LinkedIn these days. And it is free though, Katrina. I didn't pay anything for it. So is it worth it? It's up to you. Seriously. If you think that your people need to know that you're really a real person, then do it. But I don't think it's necessary. Okay.
All right. Last question, Marajula.
It's not actually a question. I'm signing off. It's 1 a.m. now here. I just want to say it had lots of value here, and I enjoyed it. I mean, I attended multiple summits, and I didn't gain this much value, and it's really a great job you've done, Elaine. And the whole thing from the start to the end, it's a beautiful. I love the journey, and I learned lots of things. I met lots of beautiful people here, and I look forward to keep staying in contact. And I loved it here. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for the
Thank you
opportunity,
so much
especially.
for staying up late for us. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
being
Bye.
here.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Ms. Page is up in the house. We're going to be talking about all things content, all of the things. Miss Page, let me spotlight you.
Oh, I am spotlighted.
Hi,
Hi. Hello,
spotlight.
everyone. I am so excited to chat with you all today. Marketing, 30-year career plus year in marketing, and hearing everyone's insights I'm like, yes, yes, yes. All the things everyone has been saying. And so I kind of want to, Elaine asked me to kind of talk about content and how like the different parts of content and how you can actually convert that into conversations and sales conversations. And then you have an added bonus tomorrow that's going to really delve deep into this. So I'm just the teaser for the bonus session tomorrow. So let's talk about content. Let's be honest. We're all creating content, whether it's a podcast or a blog or video. Some of it hits, some of it doesn't. Some of it's like you're yelling into the void. Today, we're going to figure out exactly how to create the content that just doesn't float around out there, but actually pulls people into your world so that you can convert them into sales calls, right? So let's talk about the purpose of content. Starting with the basics, content is not just to look pretty on Instagram, even though I know we all want to have that beautiful feed or just to get some likes. The purpose of content is to build trust, provide value, and lead people to take action. Specifically, if you are looking to have those sales conversations, to have them either book a call with you and or purchase your product, right? Think of content like a first date. No one's going to marry you after the first dinner. You have to play your cards right. They have to get to know you. You have to be interesting and relatable and trustworthy. And then that's how you get to see someone again, right? So you don't necessarily pop the question on the first date. Your content is like your dating experience or your dating strategy that gets you to the commitment. As I recently launched an OBM and VA agency where we're supporting business owners and content creators with their businesses. And it's important, I always say it's important to define the purpose behind every piece of content that you have, right? Before you create it. Because is it going to be educational? Are you looking for engagement? Are you inspiring? Are you sending them to a direct call to action? You really have to know what your goal is when you're doing that. So let's break down the 3 different types that I just talked about. So the first one is educational content, right? This is where you are that expert, that guide to people. You're sharing your experiences with people. You're teaching them something, like you create something to say, like you create content or a video that says, what's the first step in scaling my business? And then you can give them either the practical steps, the strategy steps, or your personal experience, right? So that's educational content. Engagement content is content that's meant to get people talking. A few of the speakers today have talked about that. It's this place where your personality shines and you can connect with your audience on a human level. It's less about teaching and more about starting the conversation. So you can ask a question or run a poll or even just give someone a behind the scenes moment of how you actually run your business. You want to show your audience that you're not just a brand or a business, but you're an actual person. And I'll admit that can be very hard for some people. A lot of people don't want to step out in front of the camera. They just want to have their products or services. But it's a transition and it's a fine balance, but I know you can do it. I know you can do it. But engagement content really, really helps build that personal brand. And then lastly, there's promotional content. And this is a biggie. This is where you directly talk about your offers and invite people to take the next step with you. whether that's booking a call or purchasing something. If we're always just floating around, talking about this and talking about that, but not actually asking for the sale, then you really don't have a business. So there has to be a mix of that. And some promotional content can be testimonials, it can be case studies, it could be success stories of how you helped clients before, and letting people know why you're the right person to work with them, right? Or to help them. I like to tell my clients to create a content calendar. You heard Claire talk about that as well. She can help you with that as well. And rotate between these 3 types of content on like a 5 basis, right? So aim 2 for educational, 2 for engagement, and 1 for promotional. You don't want it to be that you're always buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, but you do want to make sure that you are asking for the sale or asking for people to find out more from you, to take that next step to have that conversation with you, because you are supposed to be running a business. Okay, so how can we use content to convert? Content on its own is not going to turn someone into a client. We need to nudge them towards booking that sales call with us, and that's where strategy comes in. Okay, using a clear call to action. You know, you've probably heard it before. People say you should always have some kind of call to action. Well, it could be either straightforward or it could be subtle. It could be subtle, like comment below. Or if you use mini chat, you could say, comment blueprint in the, comment section. And then you can start that, get them into your funnel and start that, that interaction with them and really start them on that customer experience of working with you. You could say DM and schedule a call. I mean, there's so many different ways that you can, initiate that call to action and initiate those initial conversations. Okay. At the end, if you make a video and it is so value packed with education and people are saying, oh my gosh, I don't know where to start, I don't know what to do next, this is where you make that offer. Do you want to dive in deeper? Let's chat. Do you want me to explain something further to you? Book a free discovery call. There's so many different ways that you can get people to step into your funnel that doesn't have to be like down their throat, buy my stuff. But if that's your style, then that's your style, and that is what works for your clients. Then you need to do what works in the past. You want to always make sure that you are repeating the things that have been successful for you. Okay. You don't want to necessarily, it's a wash, rinse, and repeat kind of world that we live in. If something has been successful, like Katrina was saying, if you are in Larissa, if you are knowing that you're always getting people when you speak on stages, do more of that, right? And that's how you can initiate those conversations. Nurture with the freebies, right? Tamira talked about having a very important lead magnet, offer something free in exchange. The lead magnets of the past aren't necessarily going to work today. So you want to make sure that you are giving away things of value, whether that's a guide or a checklist or a mini training. Once they're in your email list, nurture them. They want to hear from you. They want to have a relationship with you, and invite them to a call when they're ready. Okay. Share success stories. People love, love, love to see proof, right? They say the numbers don't matter, but they do, kind of. People love to see testimonials. People love to see reviews. When was the last time you did something and you wanted to go to a restaurant? Probably the first thing you did was you went to see what the reviews were on a particular restaurant or for a show or something. So people definitely want to see the proof. If you are starting out in your business or you don't have a lot of testimonials right now, you could use case studies, right? Showing how your services have solved problems for others. And then you can use these stories to highlight the transformations that you've done with helping people. Like if you are like in our business, the OBM VA space, it's like Sarah went from being overwhelmed to organized in 90 days after working with us, right? Are you ready for that type of transformation? Let's chat. Here's my information. You want to make sure that you are inviting people consistently to have those further conversations with you. Here's something for you to do. I'm always about like total action steps. Look at your last 10 posts that you have posted out on social media. If you happen to use social media, do any of them have a call to action? If they don't, go edit and add one now. You would be so surprised at how many people, they just want to be told what to do. Okay, they want to be told how they can work with you. They want to be told how you can support them. Just make sure you do that. And then the last thing I'll talk about is make it personal and have fun. Your content doesn't have to be stuffy. People buy from people, not from faceless brands. Show your personality, share your quirks. You just heard that in the last presentation. Make people laugh. It makes you more relatable and the more human that you are. It's easier for someone to feel comfortable with hopping on a call with you if they know just, something kind of funny about you. I'm not saying you got to get online and cry and all that kind of stuff. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that if you show something that's more relatable, people will be interested. So I'm a very, very professional person. People who know me, they know I'm super professional. They know I'm super private. I'll tell you a story. We recently went to Greece this summer for a family vacation and some friends. We were talking about our favorite songs. My favorite song is Africa by Toto. I said that about 30 minutes later, the song came on and I am singing my butt off because that is my favorite song, right? And the people on the tour were just like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you really like this. You like a rock maven, love song girl. They didn't know that about me. And then I didn't realize that someone was filming me while I was singing, and a part came on where it was like the flute, and I took a water bottle and I started playing it like the flute, and they just lost it. And I actually posted that on my Instagram, and that is one of the most engaged posts that I have on my feed right now, because it was a side of me that a lot of people don't see. If you're close to me, I'm hilarious, right? But if you're not, you wouldn't have known that side of me. But you got to make sure that it's fun, it's personable, you're being authentic. That's the main key, is when you are creating content, you're having these conversations, be authentic with who you are, right? So my challenge for you is to, this week, post something that's personal, that's fun, that's behind the scenes, that leads people to want to have a more deeper conversation with you that could definitely lead to a sales call. So when you think about content, make sure that you think about showing up, providing value, and building trust. And when all of those things are done right, it will naturally lead to people who want more from you, who want to have that sales call with you, and that want to engage with you without it feeling pushy or contrived. And that is all I have today.
All right. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Paige is always here to drop the value bombs. So what I wanted to do on this last part of the summit was, as I mentioned at the beginning, implementation is very important. So I would love for you to share, what are you going to implement moving forward? What is the one thing that just really stuck out to you that you're like, that's the thing that I really want to focus on? If you are brave and want to raise your hand and speak, I would love for you to do that. Speak it out into the universe. If you feel more comfortable doing it in the chat, awesome. But I also want you to take it a step further, and I want you to share what your goal is in our collab community. There's an implementation channel where I want you to share what your goal is, what do you want to work on, and what resources do you need? Here's a cool thing. This whole group, full of resources. If there's something that you need, if they're like, I need someone to help me with X, let us know, because we'll connect you with someone that we know that does that thing, because we don't know what you don't know, right? So let us know. So Sharon, my friend, what are you taking away from today?
What's funny is I've got a lot of takeaways, but the one that just hit me was going back and putting a call to action. So I actually tried something, and it was just, I won't say fluke, because anything that God throws in my way, it's not a fluke. But I decided to use a PR holiday, which was like Grandparents' Day. Just anybody that knows me, that is that's my new jam right now and I'll show y'all if you want to see it too. I got tons. I'm a new grandma. So for grandma, and I'm a proud ass grandma. Like it is like I'm getting my health right for this baby. I'm getting ready to give myself shots for this baby because I'm like, I'm gonna live for this baby. But especially she's the first. Anyway, I digress. I posted like happy grandparents day. I did pay tribute to my grandmother, but I also was just talking about grandparents. I got more engagement on sharing about her. I mean, I'm sure that's because she's cute too. I mean, I'm just telling y'all, she is so cute. But I was mind blown that that part of me, because I was like, oh, I'll never share about her. That's private. I'm not going to put her on there. But it's like, it's a part of my life that I'm more than ecstatic about, and it helps people to get to know me, the person, even more. So that piece right there. So I guess my question though is, how do I add a call to action to that part? Or is that something that I don't add a call to action to, but add a call to action to things like when I'm giving more of the educational, all the other pieces that you mentioned, Paige? If you don't mind me asking that question, Elaine, I'm sorry, because I am curious. Or do I add a call to action to something personal too?
So I think call to action should be on all the things, because you are setting that boundary of not sharing your grandchild. Like a call to action that I would say, who else here is a grandparent, and or you could even say, okay, so they call me Grammy. What do they call you? Mima, Grandma. You know what I mean? So that would like get people to engage more with like the name and that kind of thing and the responses.
So is it too late to do it now? And by the way, she can't
girl, go back
anything
and do it.
because she just got her first teeth and she's only 7 or yeah,
go
2
back
teeth.
and do it, or do
And
it
she's
on
7
the next post, right? So I mean, if you're talking about teeth, you could even, it's up to $10 now for a tooth. So there you go.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's awesome. All right, Rebecca, what do you got?
Okay, I think you'll all agree that we've had some really brilliant minds talking today. So my biggest action step is to set up some collaboration calls.
I love that.
Yes.
Yes.
There's so much collaboration to be had. So
That's
look
why I
forward to
do
hearing from
these.
you.
That's the whole intention, right? Is finding
right.
other people to connect with. And one of the things that I love is that our speakers, yeah, they're experts in their field, but they're also participants, right? Like you also get to participate and to learn and to say, oh, I hadn't thought about that before, and finding new people to connect and collaborate with. So yay, mission accomplished. Woo! All right, Malia, what are you going to share?
Hey, thank you. Today has been so awesome. I've been to a lot of conferences and I've gained so many new ideas in the last few hours spent with you ladies. So thank you so much. And thank you, Elaine, for putting this together and inviting me to be a presenter. So my big takeaway today, there were so many, I took a lot of notes, but one that I want to implement was Katrina got me thinking about the big ticket items, because I have been a conference speaker and I do have a book that I'm selling, but like, as you authors know, books are not huge money makers. And so I need to think about that and implementing it with what Rebecca said about building that impact ladder and adding emotion along the way. So I think a combination of what some of the presenters have talked about, I'm going to implement something to help with that big ticket item. So thank you for that.
Love that. All right, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you. Like Malia, I think I took 9 pages of notes. So first action is to go through them. But I think it was Lisa that said it that really stuck with me, is like marketing is nutrition for your business. And like I'm really focused on my personal physical health, but I never thought about marketing as the health for like determining the health of my business. And so one, figuring out a plan of what that marketing strategy is for me, and then doing it consistently, because I can't work out once and be like, sweet, I'm fit. Same thing for my business. So, and thanks to everyone, this has been a lot in a good way. So thank you.
Yay. All right, Amy.
So the one tidbit that I got was from George, and it really, really stuck with me. And It was when he said, if I was my client, would I get the same results that I am saying that my clients would receive? So that like I wrote it down and everything. So I'm going to go through my customer journey and make sure that that's what's happening.
I received a piece of advice once that said, take your own program. Like whatever it is that you are selling or promoting, be your own customer. So like my planner that I'm selling, I'm actually using it first. Like I'm using it because then I'm going, oh shit, like I need to add this, right? It just puts you in a whole new perspective. So if you have trainings and workbooks, because I love that, but like watch your video, do the workbook together, go through your program as a customer, as a client, do the work, because I think you might discover that there might be something missing, or there might be something else that you want to add that you didn't know was missing until you went through it, because we think we know everything until you actually sit down to do it. That was what I learned, was that I was like, oh snap, like I didn't realize that was important until I decided to do it for myself. Take my own damn program. Laura.
So lots to pick and choose from today. And right, have to keep reminding myself that it's a buffet. I don't have to eat what you like. I only have to eat what I like. So that's been fantastic. And one of the things that has been present for a while, one tool that I can point to from last year that has earned income, one marketing tool, is my podcast. So it's been, how can I continue to grow that, expand it, improve it? And so your podcast guests today were very helpful in helping me to be able to see additional ways. And I already have collaboration calls set up with both of them to be able to discuss it more. But yeah, what another great summit, Elaine. Great job. And right, take those couple of action steps, because we cannot take all the action steps. If marketing is nutrition and right, and a buffet of options, just don't gorge yourself just enough.
Yeah. As some of you that are in Diamond know, that I am very much about not filling your plate so much that your shrimp fall on the floor. These are fake shrimp, by the way, that I have that I am going to be doing something with at our event coming up next month. But like the buffet, right? There is so much that is presented to business owners that you need to do this and you need to do this and blah, blah, blah. Like there's a whole buffet. But it's the idea is to not put so much on your plate that your shrimp fall on the floor. That is not the intention of being a business owner. It's not to overwhelm. Burnout is real. And I have seen people saying, I have a polka dot that just joined my local chapter. And she said, can I not talk about my business? And I said, you don't have to talk about your business. She goes, I need a break. Like, I don't want to talk about it all the time. She's burned out. And we get burnout, we talked about burnout in the last summit that I did, it is really hard when you wear all of the hats in your business and you're trying to do all of the things yourself because you're trying to save money. And instead what you've done is you have now decided that you are the marketing, the website, the logo, the email marketer, the blogger, the CRM, the all of the things, the accountant, the tax preparer. And what you're doing is you are going to regret that later. Okay, because you're not going to have the energy to focus on your zone of genius. So let this be a lesson. Remember, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And there are people out there that specialize in that. Is your time best spent spending 3 hours designing a flyer in Canva? Or would you rather pay somebody for 30 minutes of their time to get it done like that? That's how I want you to think about it. What is your time worth? What do you charge per hour? Are you going to pay yourself that hourly rate to do something that is not in your zone of genius? And if you think about it this way, if I delegate this thing, it opens me up to do income producing activities, which will pay for that person to do the thing for you. So let's agree to stop trying to hoard all of the things. There are virtual assistants, there are OBMs, there are people that specialize in social media marketing and will do it all for you. There are people that specialize in website development and branding and SEO, and literally everything that we talked about today can be delegated. Okay, so find the person that you like. I don't enjoy doing my own taxes. I am happy to pay someone to prevent me from wearing an orange jumpsuit in prison. I will happily pay $750 for someone to do my taxes so that I don't wind up in prison. Right? It's that energy exchange. Thank you. Someone who loves to do it, why should I deny them the ability to do the thing that they love? That is so selfish of me. Right? All right, Barb. Sorry, I went on a little tangent there, you guys.
That's okay. I love your tangent, and I'm just going to support that because one of the things, and Elaine knows this, one of the things that I love to do is create books and help people create their book, format their book, and then take their book to the world. I do it via podcasts, but Elaine hired me, said, here's all my stuff, Barb, do it. And it was done in less than 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And she has a book that she now even offered today. She's offered it to everybody else. So definitely stay in your lane.
Zone genius, right?
Yep.
Right. That is the goal, is for you to do the thing that you are best at, which is serving your clients. Delegate the rest of the shit. If it does not bring you joy, it is not easy for you, it is the thing that is holding you back, give it to someone else. Happily pay them to do that for you. Okay, guess what? It is 1 o'clock. It is 1 o'clock. I feel like we've had a very successful summit, right? So now what happens next? Utilize the community, go consume the content that is in the vault that is there for you. Scavenger hunt is still going on. And I will be in touch with all of my VIPs and my speakers. I will be sending you communication asking you for your feedback. I love your feedback. It helps me make things better. You are also going to ask, I'm also going to be sending you an email asking you which prizes would you like to receive. All of the prizes, the VIP prizes, are in the prizes and gifts room channel of the community. And you're going to get a checklist. Which ones do you want? Then you will go into a drawing for all of those. And then I will notify you of the prizes that you have won. Okay. And connect you with how to redeem those gifts. Okay. Next up, also, don't forget, as a VIP, all of you on this call are a VIP, you get the invitation on the same Zoom link tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Chris Kenny doing his bonus masterclass. I'm going to tell you right now, do not miss that. I will record it for the vault, but this will not be streaming on YouTube. This is for our VIPs only. Having sales conversations that actually close people. I'm just going to tell you right now, bring a notebook. Okay? Because Chris drops major bombs, knowledge nuggets, whatever you want to call it. Michelle. Oh, I saw it. You moved and I thought you raised your hand.
I may have been raising the roof, but not my hand right now.
Raising the roof. Yeah. Okay. So thank you so much for being here today, whether you are here as a speaker, whether you are here as a participant, as a guest. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And don't let this mojo that you're feeling don't let it go away, right? Keep that momentum up because that's what's going to make the difference in your business moving forward. Okay, so have a super amazing day and we'll see you online. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, y'all. Bye.
Thank you.